சிவா பர்மிஷன் கொடுங்க பிபிடி. ஆனே வர மாட்டேன். Hello. Good morning, all of you.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, all of you. Yesterday, what we have learned?
Cash flow, fund flow.
Okay, fund flow, cash flow, and then marginal costing. We have started. Just a concept I have explained, right? Let us continue the marginal cost statement. Marginal cost is what is marginal cost? The aggregate, additional cost of additional unit. That is marginal costing. That is variable cost. Vary with the volume of output, right? So here, marginal cost statement: sales minus variable cost. That is contribution. Contribution less fixed cost, profit. This is the marginal cost statement. We used to prepare break-even point, break-even CVP analysis. In that PV ratio, we used to calculate for these are all techniques which we are using for taking decision making, various decision making. PV ratio is equal to contribution by sales into 100. Break-even point, I already told you what is break-even point. That is at the point at which there is no profit, no loss. That means what? Aggregate total cost are equivalent to your selling price, sales revenue, right? So that is called break-even point. So with the help of this break-even point, we used to take various decision making, that is key factor, then make or buy decision, whether to accept export order or not. So many decisions we used to take with the help of break-even point. So what is the formula for finding break-even point? Break-even point is equal to fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. You can find what is the break-even point in number of units. If you want to know what is the per in rupees value, fixed cost divided by PV ratio or fixed cost divided by contribution per unit multiplied by selling price per unit. If you multiply by selling price per unit, you will get in rupees value. Break even sales. See this problem. Let us see this. Pepsi company produces a single article. Following cost data is given about his product selling price per unit 40 rupees, marginal cost per unit 24 rupees, fixed cost per annum 16,000. Calculate PV ratio, break even sales, sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000, profit at sales of rupees 60,000, new break even sales if the price is reduced by 10%. This is the problem is given in your question paper, right? So how to solve this? First, we have to find out what is the contribution. What is the sales per unit? Sales per selling price per unit is 40 rupees. Marginal cost means variable cost. Variable cost per unit is 24 rupees. So 40 minus 24, what is your contribution? Contribution is 16. 40 minus 24, contribution is 16. Divided by sales into 100. Sales is 40 into 100. So what is the PV ratio? PV ratio is 40%. PV ratio, what is the formula? Contribution by sales into 100. That is PV ratio, right? So 40%. Next question, what you have to find out? Break-even sales. Break-even sales is simply you can calculate fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost is given in your problem 16,000. So 16,000 divided by PV ratio is 40 into 100 or 40%. If you calculate break-even point, you can find out in rupees value, that is 16,000. 60. See here, break-even point 16,000. Fixed cost is fixed 16,000 divided by 40 into 100, 40,000. Your break-even sales in rupees is 40,000. If you want to say in number of units, break-even sales in number of units, you can divide 40,000 divided by selling price per unit. If you divide, you will get number of units. Or you can take fixed cost by contribution per unit, whatever it is. So which is easy for you, you can take it. So 40,000 divided by selling price per unit is 40. So per break-even sales in number of units, how much? 1,000 units. Okay. Then next, what you have to find out? See third question. Sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000. Sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000 means what? If you want to earn profit of rupees 2,000, what would be your sales? That is the question. Okay. So what you have to write? The formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. The sales to earn a expected profit. If you want to earn 2,000 rupees profit, what would be your sales? That is the question. Formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. So fixed cost is 16,000 plus expected profit is 2,000 divided by PV ratio is 40%. So what is the answer? What is the sales? 45,000. If you want to say in number of units, 45,000 divided by 40 rupees. So 1,125 units. If you want to say in units, divided by selling price per unit. Okay. Next question, what they are asking? Profit at the sales of rupees 60,000. If your sales is 60,000, what is your profit? What would be your profit? That is the question. Okay. So here, sales into PV ratio is what? Contribution, right? PV ratio we have calculated 40%. So sales into PV ratio, if you find out, that is contribution. Contribution means what? See, contribution is equivalent to your fixed cost plus profit, isn't it? So say 60,000 into 40%, that is 16,000 is equal to fixed cost. We know, we do not know only profit. 16,000 plus profit. So what is your contribution? 60,000 into 40% is how much? 24,000. So profit is equal to 24,000 is contribution minus fixed cost is 16,000. So therefore profit is 8,000. So if your sales is 60,000, the profit would be 8,000. So that is the answer. Okay. The next final question. The new break-even sales if price is reduced by 10%. So selling price if it is reduced by 10%, what is your break-even sales, right? So what is your selling price per unit? 24 rupees are given, right? So 24 rupees into 10% is how much? 2.4, isn't it? How much? What is your selling price? 40 rupees. Sorry, 40 rupees into 10%, 4 rupees. So selling price is 36 rupees. So what is your marginal cost? Variable cost is same, 24 rupees. No change. So 36 minus sales minus variable cost contribution, right? So 36 minus 24, 12 rupees is contribution. So contribution by sales into 100, that is 12 divided by 36 into 100. So what is your PV ratio, new PV ratio? 33.33%. So new break-even point. What is the new break-even point? Fixed cost divided by PV, new break-even point. PV ratio. So here, by fixed cost is 16,000 divided by new break-even point. PV ratio is 33.33. That means what? 1/3. So 16,000 divided by 1/3. Therefore, the sales is break-even sales is 48,000. The new break-even sales, if the selling price is reduced by 10%, then break-even sales is 48,000. Do you understand? Do you understand this problem? Okay, let us go next one. See this problem. From the following information, find out PV ratio, sales, margin of safety. Fixed cost is 40,000, profit is rupees 20,000, break-even point 80,000. So what is the PV ratio? See here, fixed cost is given, profit are given, break-even point are given. You have to find out PV ratio, sales and margin of safety. PV ratio, what is the formula? What is the PV ratio? Contribution by sales into 100. How you calculate contribution? Sales minus variable cost is contribution, isn't it? That is contribution by sales into 100. So see here, fixed cost is given, profit is given, break-even point is given. Break-even point, what is the formula? Break-even point, PV ratio, fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost we know only 40,000. Fixed cost is given 40,000 divided by, we can say PV ratio into 100. That is break-even point answer is given. 80,000 answer is given. So 80,000, 40,000 divided by PV ratio is equal to 80,000. So if you are bringing the PV ratio, this side, PV ratio is equal to 40,000 divided by 80,000. Therefore, PV ratio is 50%. Right? 50% PV ratio. Next, you have to find out sales. Sales, how you calculate? It is very simple. PV ratio is 50%, isn't it? So 40,000 is your fixed cost. Fixed cost plus profit is equal to contribution, isn't it? Fixed cost plus contribution is equal to, fixed cost plus profit is equal to contribution. Contribution is 50%. So 50% is your contribution. What is your sales? 100%. For 50%, it is 60,000. What for 100? So sales is 1,20,000. You understand this? Fixed cost plus profit is contribution. Contribution we have calculated. That is contribution means what? PV ratio 50%. For 50%, the contribution is 60,000. What is sales? Sales is 1,20,000. Right? Margin of safety. Margin of safety is nothing but actual sales minus break-even sales. That is called margin of safety. So actual sales we have. Actual sales is what is given We have calculated here actual sales 1,20,000. Break-even sales is 80,000. So 1,20,000 minus 80,000. Margin of safety is 40,000. Right? Do you understand this? This kind of small problems may be given in 6 marks question or 10 marks question also they may give. Sometimes two periods sales and profit values are given. You are required to calculate PV ratio, break-even point. Profit means sales are 1,80,000. Sales required to earn a profit. Margin of safety like that it is given. 2010 and 2011 figures are given. So how to calculate PV ratio, break-even point under these circumstances? PV ratio, I already told you the formula. Contribution by sales into 100, one formula. If there are two periods of sales value and profit value, if it is given, what is the formula? Change in profit divided by change in sales. That means change in means difference. Difference between two periods profit divided by difference between two periods sales into 100. That is the formula for finding PV ratio. So see here difference between these two periods, 13,000 minus 8,000, 5,000 is the difference profit. Different sales is 1,40,000 minus 1,20,000. So 20,000. Difference in sales is 20,000. So formula 5,000 divided by 20,000 into 100. So for PV ratio is 25%. Break even point fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost, is it given in your problem? It is not given. You have to find out the fixed cost. So how to calculate fixed cost? PV ratio we know, that is PV ratio is take any one period. Any one period sales 1,20,000 into PV ratio is 25%. That is contribution. So 1,20,000 into 25% is how much? 30,000, right? So 30,000 is your contribution. The same period profit you deducted. Contribution minus profit is fixed cost. Okay. So 30,000 minus 8,000, your fixed cost is 22,000. So what is break-even sales? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 22,000 divided by 25%, 88,000. So PV break-even point is 88,000. The next question, profit when sales are rupees 1,80,000. If your profit is 1,80,000, what is your one second, I'll change the color. See here. Third question. Profit when sales are rupees 1,80,000. So sales is 1,80,000. So contribution is 25%. We have calculated here. So 1,80,000 into 25% contribution is 45,000. Less fixed cost we have already calculated 22,000. If you deduct it, that is profit. Profit is 23,000. Okay. Then next question. sales required to earn a profit of rupees 12,000. Expected profit, if you want to earn 12,000 profit, what would be your sales? That is the question. So what is the formula? Fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 22,000 plus expected profit is 12,000 divided by PV ratio is 25%. Therefore, sales to earn a profit of 12,000 is 1,36,000. The next question, margin of safety in the year 2011. So actual sales minus break-even sales is margin of safety. Actual sales is 1,40,000 minus break-even sales is 88,000. Therefore, margin of safety is 52,000. So this is the answer. Okay. Here, one thing you have to keep it in your mind. 2 year, if it is given, no problem. Suppose first 6 months, same year, first 6 months sales value profit are given. Second 6 months sales value and profit are given. So in that case, only small changes you have to do while calculating fixed cost. Fixed cost, if you are taking 6 months, if it is given 2010, January to June, sales is this much. Same 2010 July to December, like that. If it is given first 6 months, first half of the year, second half of the year, if it is given like that, fixed cost you have to make it double, because when you are taking one period calculation, that is for only 6 months. So fixed cost you have to take for whole year. So 22,000 you have to take multiply by 2. Whole year means 44,000. It would be 44,000. That you have to keep it in your mind. If it is given half of the first half, second half of the period, same year, if it is given fixed cost only, you have to be very careful. The other things as it is, right? Do you understand this, all of you? These kind of problems definitely will be given in 6 marks, either 6 marks, 10 marks, right?
Okay.
Next one, applications of CVP analysis in decision making. What is the CVP analysis? Cost, volume, profit analysis. In this technique, we are using for taking the following decision making. Managerial decision making. What are the managerial decision making? That is profit planning. So future, this much profit should be maximum profit. This should be company has to earn. So in that case, you have to see what is your sales, what would be your sales, what would be your PV ratio. So based upon this technique, we can expect future profit planning. Then pricing of products. Products pricing is very, very important thing. Product pricing depends upon the break-even sales. You can fix, you can add some more profit or deduct some more some profit. You can eliminate. Depends upon the break-even point. Right? Selection of products, product mix. If you are producing 3-4 kind of products, so which products gives you maximum break-even point per unit? If you produce more number of unit in that particular product, the firm can earn maximum profit. Then key factor, that is decision making on key factor or limiting factor. What is key factor or limiting factor? That means any deficiency or shortages. Shortages, it may be due to raw material, shortages in labor or machine hour or whatever it is. So in that case, we have to see what is the contribution per key factor. Which product gives you contribution key factor, contribution per key factor gives you maximum, you can produce more. That is the decision making on key factor or limiting factor. Next one, make or buy decision. Make or buy decision means car company, they can buy some all spare parts, no need to produce themselves. Some spare parts they may buy outside, or while assembling they may buy outside, or they can produce themselves. So they have to see whether your fixed cost will be the same. You are not going to occur. So based upon this variable cost, whether to produce or buy outside, you can, that kind of decision you can take. then either acceptance of export order or not. So export order, when your product price is quoted by the foreigners lower than your domestic market. So in that case, you have to take decision making whether to accept the foreign order or not. There are various advantages will be there when you are accepting your export order. One thing, your product is competing with international level. Another one thing, you may get some export um, subsidy, export subsidy, tax exemption. So many things are there, right? So our country earns, our export will be more. So many parameter you can consider that. So whether to at the same time you cannot incur loss because of that. So you have to see what is the marginal costing for that product. So if marginal costing is okay, you can accept. Or if it is lower than your marginal costing, you have to refuse, right? So shut down or suspending activities. Sometimes company may incur continuous loss. In that case, you have to take decision making whether to continue or shut down particular unit. So in that case also, all marginal costing technique we have to use to take decision making. This kind of decision making, very simple problem, but we sometimes, your examination point of view, 20 marks question they have given. If you see the previous question papers, very simple question they are given in 20 marks, right? So some problems I have worked out here. Let us see. A company has machine number 9 which can produce either product A or B. The cost data relating to machine A and B are as given. Selling price, variable expenses, contribution are given. Capacity of the machine 9 is 1000 hours. In 1 hour, machine 9 can produce 3 units of A and 1 unit of B. Which product should machine 9 produce? So if your machine 9 is the key factor, if you are taking this is a key factor, or maximum profitability, which machine 2 products you can produce by machine 9. So which product if you produce more, you will get maximum profit. You have to calculate. So how to calculate here? Machine hours. Machine hours, if you want to produce 3 units of A, 1 hour, within 1 hour, machine A, product A, if you produce, you can produce only 3 units, right? Product B, if you produce only 1 unit within 1 hour. So how to calculate? First, you have to contribution per unit is given for A and 6 rupees, B is given 12 rupees. Simply, you don't see the contribution per unit. You have to see contribution.
In this case, they are
Who is talking?
they usually calculate. In Sanskrit, there is
See here. So 3 units you can produce. Per unit contribution you have to calculate. So per unit contribution means what? 6 rupees is per unit. All right. Here, within 1 hour. 1 hour, what is your contribution? So 6 rupees into 3, 18 rupees contribution for 1 hour, machine hour, right? Product A. Product B, only 1 unit. So here it is contribution per hour, 18 rupees. B is 12 rupees. So which gives you maximum profitability? Which product, if you produce more, you can get more profitability?
Product A.
A. See here, answer. Sales 20 rupees, variable expenses 14 rupees, contribution per unit is given in the problem 6 rupees, 12 rupees. Even if it is not given, we have to calculate, right? So contribution per hour is the machine hour is the key factor here. So machine hour, if 1 hour, within 1 hour, product A, 3 units you are producing. So what is the contribution per hour? 6 rupees into 3 hours, that is 18 rupees, right? So product B, only 1 unit you are producing. So contribution per hour, 12 rupees. So what is the total number of hours are available? Machine hour, 1000 hours. So total contribution how much? 1000 into 18 rupees, 18,000. So 1000 into 12 rupees, 12,000 rupees. So with the help of this marginal costing technique, we can take decision making for key factor to produce our maximum production. If you produce product A, you will get more profitability. Right? The next question. Meat and Company Limited has 3 divisions, each of which makes a different product. The budgeted data for the next year is as follows. The management is considering closing down Division C. There is no possibility of reducing variable cost. Advise whether or not Division C should be closed down. So shut down or continue. That is the decision making you have to make, right? So see here, Division A, B, C, 3 divisions are there. Sales, direct material, labor, overheads are given, fixed costs are given, total costs are given. So we have to find out what is the contribution for division A, B, C. So division A, B, C, he see the statement we have calculated here. 78,400, 35,000. Here it is in 19,600, right? So what is the fixed cost? If fixed cost is 28,000, division A and division B is having profit, but division C incurring loss. So what is your decision whether division C can continue or we can shut down? Can we shut down or continue? What is your advice? What is your advice?
Shut down.
Shut down. Simply you cannot say shut down. See here, contribution is in plus value only. Sales 84,000, marginal cost 64,400. Contribution is in plus value. If contribution is, if it is in minus value, we can say shut down. Contribution is in plus value. If there is a possibility of increasing the sales of division C, there is a possibility of profit, isn't it? Instead of 84,000, you can make it double. What will happen? 1,68,000, right? So your contribution will be double. 38,200, right? So 28,000 if you deduct, you can get profit. So if there is a possibility of increasing the sales in division C, we can continue. If there is no possibility of increasing the sales, we can shut down. You have to write decision making like this. Okay. The next one. The following budget has been prepared at 70% level of home market. See here, home market units, 4,200 units, wages, materials, fixed cost, selling price in India 15 rupees per unit. Sri Lanka about 800 units may be sold only 10 rupees. In Indian market, local market 15 rupees per unit. If you want to export it to Sri Lanka, it will be a 10 rupees per unit. The addition 25 paise will be charged for freight expenses. So when we have to advise whether to export to Sri Lanka or not, right? Let us prepare marginal cost statement, find out what is your contribution. In India, if you are producing what 70% level or 100% level of capacity is the maximum capacity, right? So see here, 70% level of capacity, you are producing 4,200 units. What is your 30%, remaining 30% if you produce, how many units you can produce? What is your 100% level of capacity? Yes, anybody? 4,200 for 70% capacity. What for 100% capacity? You can produce 6,000 units, isn't it? You can produce 6,000 units maximum.
6,000.
Maximum number of units, 100% level of capacity, maximum number of units you can produce 6,000. But here you are producing only 4,200. So here 800 units you are required to produce additionally for acceptance of export order. So 10% means 800 units, right? So 800 units, 10 rupees you calculate, 800 into 10. Here sales 44,200 into 15 rupees. 15 rupees is how much? 63,000. Less material, labor, wages, variable expenses, all these things you have to calculate and deduct. And you have to add freight charges only for export order. Export order 25 paise per unit. So 800 into 25 paise, 200 rupees. So what is your total marginal variable cost minus sales? Contribution is in local market, that is 27,300. This is only 1,000 rupees. So fixed cost you have to incur only what is already incurred, that is enough. No need to additional, there is no additional expenditure of fixed expenses. So 27,000 minus 300, 7,000 fixed cost if you are deducting. Local market you are earning profit to 20,300. Even though if you are exporting to Sri Lanka at a rate of 10 rupees, you can earn profit. Additionally, you can earn 1,000 rupees profit. So will you suggest to accept this export order or not? What is your advice?
We can try Sri Lankan market.
Huh?
We can try the Sri Lankan
yes, we
market
can
and
accept.
do it.
We can accept the export order, even though 10 rupees.
So that we can get a additional profit.
Yes, if we can accept the export order, because we can earn more additional 1,000 rupees additional profit, as well as there is more advantages also. We can get import some subsidies.
Some subsidies. Subsidies will be.
And then income tax exemption. So many benefits you can get in. And then for country also, we can get foreign currencies. Foreign currency reserves will be more. Our balance of payments problems will be reduced. So
in the problem, you need to give the suggestions also, madam.
Suggestion whether accepting or not, you can write. That is enough.
Okay.
Right? Just I am saying all these things, so you have to keep it in your mind.
Okay.
As a manager, don't think of only for examination. You have to think of practically. Right? Can we see next one?
Yes, ma'am.
See, the cost analysis of two products A and B are given. Material, labor, variable cost. On the basis of the above information, which product would you recommend to be manufactured if labor is the key factor and if material is the key factor? So in this case, first let us take labor is the key factor, 15 rupees. Now we have to take what is the contribution per unit of from which is two key factor are given. Then material, if it is material is the key factor, what is the answer? If labor is the key factor, what is your answer? That is the question, right? So let us take material is the key factor. What is the material? How much is required? See here, product A, material 2 rupees per 2 rupees 50 paise per unit, 25 rupees for producing one product. That means what? How many units you are required? 10 units, isn't it? Product B is 45 rupees means what? How many units you are required? 45 by 2.5.
18 units.
15 units, right? Here 10 units of raw material is required for product A. Product B, 15 units are required, right?
Madam,
So,
this 18
yes.
units.
Huh?
This 18 units, 45 by 2.5, 18 units.
18. 45 by 2.5, 18 units. So now contribution by key factor. Contribution per unit is 31 rupees divided by key factor 10 units. This 10 units, how you got it? 25 rupees divided by 2 rupees 50 paise. That means how many number of units raw material required for producing product A, 10 units. Product B, 45 divided by 2.50, 18 units. So 15 divided by 18. So raw material contribution per raw material, that is 0.83, here 3.10. So which one is advisable? As per material is the key factor. Which product gives you more contribution per key factor? More contribution per key factor, that gives you max, that you can produce more number of units, isn't it? So here a product, what is your solution? Product A gives you contribution per material per unit of material 3 rupees 10 paise. Here 83 paise only. So which one you can produce more? Which one you can produce more? Product A. Your suggestion. You are advised to produce more number of units product A than the product B when the material is the key factor. Okay, let us take, if it is the labor is the key factor. So labor is the key factor. What is the labor hours? 1 hour you are charging product A is 12 rupees. Product B, only material is asking. Huh? Manufacture, if labor is the key factor and the material, okay, labor is the key factor, na? Labor 12 rupees 1 hour, 1 rupee per hour, so 12 hour. Product A, if you want to produce, labor hour is required 12 hour. Product B, 15 rupees per labor hour, 1 rupee 50 paise. So what is the number of hour? 15 rupees divided by 1 rupee 50 paise. So how much it is? 10 hours, right? Product A 12 hour, product B 10 hour. So contribution per hour, how much it will be? 31 divided by 12 hours, isn't it? 31 divided by 12 hours, 0.258 paise contribution per labor hour. Product B, 15 rupees divided by 10 labor hour. 15 by 10, so 1 rupee 50 paise. So when the labor is the key factor, product B, if you produce maximum, that is your advice. Okay. Do you understand any other doubts? Marginal costing technique, marginal costing decision making. There are lot of methods are there, lot of decision making problems are there. You have to practice it. I have, for sample, I have given 4-5 problems. So you have to practice more. Depends upon the question, what is given, you have to read and understand after what is asking required, what is required to find out, that you have to identify. Then after that you have to use formulas and then techniques, then you have to give your advice. Okay, that's all with regards to your marginal costing technique, right?
Okay.
Can we go for next one? Fraction of second, wait now. Can you see this PPT?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Next unit, 4 units we have completed, right? Last unit, this is cost sheet and variance analysis. Let us see one by one. cost accounting. Previous, that is final accounts, what you have learned, trading, profit and loss account and ledger balance, journal, final accounts, trial balance, all these things are financial accounting, right? Depreciation accounting, ratio analysis, fund flow, cash flow, these are all management accounting. So management decision making problems you have to find out, right? Then cost accounting. Cost accounting is very important segment which is using for to ascertain the cost of incurring to produce the product. You have to ascertain how much you are incurring, that we have to find out. Then only you can determine the product price, right? How to determine your product price, selling price, by ascertaining the cost. So cost accounting gives you the true picture of what is the expenses incurred, right? So this cost accounting, there are various costing principles, methods, techniques, ascertainments. So these are all we are using. And also cost accounting is very, very important thing. If you are maintaining cost accounting, you can, one thing is main aim is to ascertain the cost and then fixing the selling price. Then next you can reduce your unnecessary expenses. You can identify avoidable expenses. So if you are not maintaining, it will go like anything. Suddenly your company has to incur heavy loss, because without maintaining any expense, that is say for example wastages, raw material, if you are producing, some wastages will come. If you are not identifying, or if you are not maintaining any account, it will incur loss, right? So it is very, very important thing of important factor of maintaining cost accounting. So elements of cost we can classify under various category. What are the main category? Are three, that is labor, material, labor and expenses, direct expenses. So direct material and direct labor and direct expenses, if you add these three expenditures are called prime cost. We used to call it as prime cost. So both raw material and labor direct expenses, in that you can incur, you may incur both direct expenses and indirect expenses. What is direct expenses? What is indirect expenses? The expenses which are incurred for producing the product, that is direct expenses. Indirect expenses you can spend in office and administration expenses, selling and distribution expenses. If you are making all these things, that will be a indirect expenses. So you have to incur both direct expenses, indirect expenses, and overheads, that we can say it is overheads. So overheads we can classify into production overhead, administrative overhead, sales overheads, distribution overheads. So elements of cost. This is elements of cost picture. So I have explained you direct, indirect material, labor, direct labor, overheads. Overheads are classified as material, labor, expenses. So we can classify these things, right? Few minutes you just to go through these expenses. Just a few minutes. I just have tea and come. Huh? See, this is the cost sheet to ascertain the cost. So, cost sheet you have to prepare. Opening stock of raw material you have to take, that is direct material, direct labor, direct overheads. If you add these three, cost is called prime cost. Direct material, direct labor, direct overhead expenditure, that is called prime cost. So direct material, how to calculate? Direct material means what? Material which is used for production. Used for production, how do you calculate? Opening stock of raw material plus purchases of raw material, add any carriage inverse. Carriage inverse means at the time of purchasing your raw material, you have to pay
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma?
Ma'am, will you please show me in?
Yes, it is showing, no? It's visible, no? PPT. Is it visible now?
Visible.
Yes, madam. Yes.
So when you are
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
yes, how to calculate material used for the production? Material used for the production, how to calculate? Opening stock of raw material plus purchases of raw material during the year, add carriage inverse. Carriage inverse means at the time of purchase of raw materials, you have to pay wages to bringing into your factory. That is called carriage inverse. Carriage outwards means produced finished goods you are taking into from the factory to sales outlet. That is carriage outwards. That is not direct expenses. That you have to bring into selling and distribution expenses. You should not bring it here. Okay. So carriage inwards you have to add less closing stock of raw material. So you can find out what is the cost of material used for the production. Direct material. That means direct material plus direct labor. Direct labor means wages which you are giving to produce the product directly, right? In the factory. That is called direct labor. Then direct overhead expenses in factory. You have to fuel, all the other direct expenses. That is called direct expenses. If you add all these three things, that is called prime cost. Prime cost plus prime cost plus you have to add factory expenses or works cost. Works cost or factory overheads if you add, that is called works cost. Factory expenses if you are adding with prime cost, that is called works cost. Works cost plus office and administration expenses. In factory expenses, that is the salaries given, and then repairs, repair expenses, depreciation of some machineries, and then some fuels. So many factory indirect expenses you have to incur. That all factory indirect expenses you have to add with the prime cost. That is called works cost. Works cost plus office and administration. In office, the telephone expenses, stationery, manager salary. So these are all office and administrative expenses. If you add with this, that is called cost of production. Cost of production, if you add selling and distribution expenses. Selling and distribution expenses, what are they? Salesman salary, advertisement, carriage outwards, right? So these are all selling and distribution overheads. If you add all these things, that is total cost or cost of sales. If you add some profit with cost of sales, that is sales. Okay. This is the cost sheet specimen. You have to prepare cost sheet. In this, while preparing this cost sheet, some financial expenditure you have to eliminate. You should not enter in this statement. In profit and loss account, when you are preparing, you have to write interest paid, interest received, provision for taxation, provision for bad debts, then goodwill written off, income tax, dividends. So profit or loss on sale of fixed assets. These are all financial expenditure that you have to exclude while preparing the cost sheet. Okay. Let us do, yes, let us do this problem. You can understand, right? See here. Informations are given. Direct materials consumed, direct labor, indirect labor, supervision cost, factory premises, all these expenses are given. A profit margin of 20% on the total cost of goods is expected on the sale of jeans. See, jean factory, you are preparing Cost sheet. Cost sheet you can prepare either for 1 week statement or monthly statement or 6 months statement or 3 months statement. According to the company's requirement, you can prepare. No need to wait for 1 year. Final statements we used to prepare at the end of the year, right? So here no need to prepare like that. You can anytime you can prepare for any number of days, right? So first one, per unit and per unit cost, and then 1000 units you are producing. Now total number of sales is 1000 units. So what is your direct material consumed itself? It is given. So direct material 20,000 is given. Direct labor 8,000 given. Direct expenses is it given? You see, if direct expenses is given, you have to add with that. There is no direct expenses are given in this problem. So only direct material and labor you add it. That is called prime cost. 28,000 for 1000 units. What is per unit cost? 28,000 divided by 1000 units. That is 28 rupees. Okay, per unit you can prepare. Then factory overheads. What are all the factory overheads? Indirect labor in factory is given. So indirect labor, supervision cost, factory premises rent, factory lighting, oil for machines, depreciation of machinery. Only machinery depreciation is allowable expenditure, right? Even though if it is a non-cash expenditure, it is allowable expenditure. So all these factory expenses you have to add. That is called works cost. Add with the prime cost. 28,000 prime cost. Factory expenses 6,300. So total is called as works cost. That is 34,300 divided by 1000. So 34.30. Then next is office and administrative expenses. Office and administrative expenses, that is what are all they? Office overheads, office salaries, miscellaneous office expenses. These three comes under office and administrative expenses. If you add with that, that is called cost of production. Works cost plus cost of production. Then add selling and distribution expenses. That is called cost of sales or total cost. Cost of sales or total cost is 51,300. Well, next one, what they are asking? A profit margin of 20% on the total cost. Total cost of goods is expected to the sale of G. So add 20% profit on your total cost. Total cost we know 51,300 into 20%. So how much it is? 10,260 is the profit. If you add profit, that is called sales, right? You understand? This is the cost sheet. Cost sheet for the month of what is given, or for a cost sheet for 3 months. A cost sheet for 1 week. Whatever it is, depends upon the problem we have to prepare. Okay. This is the cost sheet. Let us do another problem. See here, some adjustment with some adjustments. This is the opening stock of material, closing stock of raw material are given, direct wages, indirect wages, sales, work in progress. Work in progress means that is in factory, semi-finished goods. That is work in progress, it is nothing but semi-finished goods. So opening work in progress, closing work in progress, then purchases of raw material, factory rent, rates and power, depreciation of plant and machinery, expenses on purchases, carriage outwards, advertising, office rent and taxes, travelers wages and commission, stock of finished goods, opening finished goods, closing finished goods, right? Let us prepare the cost sheet. See here, opening stock of raw material, that is 75,000. Purchases during the year, purchases of raw material 66,000, and expenses on purchases are given. See here, expenses on purchases of raw material, right? That means carriage inwards, that you have to add. Then less closing stock of raw material, that is 91,500. So material, direct material or material consumed for the production during the month or year, month of September, 51,000. So direct wages are given 52,500. Direct expenses are not given here. So if it is given, you have to add. So material and wages, if you add these two, is called prime cost. Okay. Prime cost plus you have to add factory expenses. Sorry, factory expenses here you have to take opening work in progress. Opening work in progress, factory semi-finished goods will be there, right? So opening work in progress 28,000 plus all factory overheads. Factory overheads, what are all they? Factory rent, rates and power, depreciation of plant and machinery, carriage outward will not come here. Only these two. Depreciation, factory rent, indirect wages. Indirect wages are given. Indirect wages, if all these three are factory overheads. If you add these three with the prime cost minus closing work in progress. Closing work in progress, if you deduct, that is called works cost. Okay. Then works cost plus, I have to add office and administrative overheads. What are they? Office and administration, it is given. Office rent and taxes 2,500, it is given, right? Only one item. If we add, that is called cost of production. So now after finding the cost of production, we have to add opening stock of finished goods and deduct the closing stock of finished goods. Opening stock of finished goods 54,000 you have to add, less closing stock of finished goods if you deduct, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold plus selling and distribution overheads. So see here, selling and distribution, what are they? Travelers wages and commission. Traveler means salesman. Salesman wages and commission, that is the traveler, right? Then advertising. Advertising is a selling expenses. Then carriage outwards is a selling and distribution expenses. So if you add these three costs with this, that is called cost of sales. Cost of sales plus profit, that is called sales. Profit, what it is? Your problem? Profit is given in your problem. Sales is given. See here. Sales 2 lakhs are given. So sales minus total cost of sales, that is profit. Sales 2 lakhs are given in the problem. Sometimes percentage of profit should be added, will be given. Sometimes total cost only we know. We do not know sales. So in that case, percentage of add 25% profit on sales. If it is given, you have to find out what is the profit on cost. That you have to find out and calculate and add with the total cost. Okay. This is the preparation of cost sheet. Do you understand this, all of you? Cost sheet. Any other doubts?
Ma'am, one doubt, ma'am. So whatever you are showing in the same format, our answer sheet will be there in the exam, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we have to show the prime cost, everything, whatever
Yes,
you are.
it is under order.
Okay.
This is the method of preparation of cost sheet.
Okay. Thank you.
These are all answer. Prime cost is the answer, part of your answer. If prime cost is I say for example, cost sheet is given for 20 marks question. So 20 marks we will divide into how many answers? Prime cost one answer, works cost one answer, cost of production one answer. If prime cost is correct, we can get 5 marks. Works cost is correct, we can get 4 marks. 5 plus 4. Cost of production, if it is correct, we will give you 12 marks. If it is cost of goods sold is correct, 15 marks. Total profit, if it is correct, we can get 20 marks. Depends on step marks. Suppose if you are doing any small mistake in prime cost itself, all the answers will be wrong. So be careful. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, can we go for next one? Variance analysis, standard costing and variance analysis. What is standard costing? Standard costing means what? Standard cost is nothing but predetermined cost. What is predetermined cost? That means estimation. So we have to estimate how much material is required to produce one unit, how much labor is required to produce a unit. So how much overheads are required. So you are estimating before producing, you have, but that we can say as a budgeting, or we can estimate. That is called standard costing, right? So standard costing, the definitions I have given here: the preparation and use of standard cost, their comparison with the actual cost, with the analysis of variances to their causes and points of incidence. Why we are finding the standard costing? Why we are estimating? Why we are predetermining the cost? Because of we have to compare with the actual cost. After incurring, we have to compare. So while comparing, whether our estimation goes variances, if there is any variances, you have to find that variances, whether that variances is adverse or favorable. So if it is a favorable, okay. If it is adverse, you have to watch and rectify what is the problem in that. So what actually you are doing. So these things, this standard costing is a tool or technique which is using for reducing your cost, right? Reduction of cost, cost control. Standard costing is used in the as a costing technique for cost control. Okay. So what are the elements? These are all the elements. And then in this case, we are analyzing variance analysis. Variance analysis is nothing but you have to compare the standard one with the actual cost. So you have to find out what is the variance, whether that variance is favorable or unfavorable. So if it is unfavorable, so you have to find out what is the problems behind in that. You have to take action on that, right? So under variance analysis, these are the variance analysis we can analyze. That is material variance, labor variance, variable overhead variance, fixed overhead variance, sales variance. All these variances types are there. But in your syllabus, those who are studying finance students, MBA finance students, third year management accounting, you have a separate paper. In that you will study elaborately in all variances. For this is a basic accounting for manager, you can study only two, material variance and labor variance. That is enough. Okay, it is given in the syllabus itself. Why? Because lot of problems are there, or lot of formulas are there. Okay, I give you formula. I have given here formulas for calculation of material, direct material, why it is varying. So what are the formulas? And then problems also I teach you. Direct material variances. Material variances, under that we can calculate material cost variance. Material cost variance, why it is cost is varying. Why? Because of what is the formula for finding cost variance? Standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost means what? Standard cost of producing how many units based on actual output. So standard cost per unit, material cost per unit based on actual output we have to calculate, right? That is why standard quantity we can say as a standard quantity into standard price into actual quantity into actual price. Or here actually we used to say standard quantity is based on actual output we have to calculate. Standard quantity is based on actual output, not input. Actual output we have to calculate. While doing the problem we can understand how to do, right? Material price variance. This cost variance is due to price variance and usage variance. So price variance, you may have estimated standard price per unit is 12 rupees. But actually in market you may incur 10 rupees. So that is why there is a difference, right? So material price variance formula, standard price into standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Usage variance. Usage variance means what? You are estimating that 5 units are required to produce 1 unit of output. But in actually, you may incur 6 units. 6 units of input required to produce 1 unit of output. So that is why the difference of usage variance, right? So material usage variance formula, standard price into standard quantity minus actual quantity. Standard quantity minus actual quantity. Then next one, yield variance. Yield variance means output variance. So output variance formula, standard rate into actual yield minus standard yield, right? Then material mix variance. If you are producing 3-4 types of materials using for producing 1 unit of output, so in that case the proportions of mix of various raw materials, that also there is a deviations, differences will be there. So for that you have to calculate. There are two things. One is when actual weight and standard weight mix are equal. When it is equal, the formula is standard price into standard quantity minus actual quantity. When it is shortages, we have to find out revised standard quantity minus actual quantity, right? When we do the problem, you can understand. See here, verification, material cost variance is equal to material price variance plus material usage variance. Material usage variance is equal to material mix variance plus material yield variance. So this is the verification. Let us do one problem, you can understand. See this. A manufacturing concern which has adopted standard costing furnished the following information. Standard material for 70 kg finished product, 100 kg of raw material required, and the price of material rupee 1 per kg. Actual output 2,10,000 kg. Materials used 2,80,000 kg. Cost of material is calculate material usage variance, price variance, and cost variance. Right. So first one, we have to before applying the formula, what is the standard quantity used for based on actual output we have to calculate. So what it is given, 70 kg finished product for 100 kg of raw material required. So if you want to produce 70 kgs output, 70 kg output if you require, you have to put 100 kg of input, isn't it? Standard quantity on your output is 70 kg output, you require 100 kg. What is your actual output? Total actual output 2,10,000 kg. Okay, so 2,10,000 kg divided by 70 kg of output, 2,10,000, what for 100. So what is the material is required? Raw material is required 3 lakhs kg, isn't it? Standard quantity you have to calculate based on actual output. Do you understand or not? If you want to produce 70 kg of finished product output, you have to put 100 kg of raw material, right? So actual output, how much you have given? 2,10,000 actual output. If you want to produce, how much material, standard materials required for the production? So 2,10,000 divided by 70 into 100. Correct? If you calculate, that is 3 lakhs kg of raw material required. Then actual price per kg.
Madam, 70 is missing there.
Yes, is this missing?
Yeah.
Is given. It is in a different color. It is not showing. See here, it is here. Can you see now?
Yes, madam.
70 is there, that due to this hidden.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. So 2,10,000 divided by 70 into 100. Raw material standard quantity based on actual output is 3 lakhs. Okay. So here actual output is given, actual material is given 2,80,000 kg. Cost of material is 2,52,000. So actual price per unit is 2,52,000 divided by 2,80,000. Actual price per unit of raw material is 90 paise, right? This information, these are all workings. Now let us calculate first one, material cost variance. Material cost variance, what is the formula? Material cost variance, what is the formula? Standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate minus actual quantity into actual price, actual rate or actual price. Standard quantity based on actual output we have calculated, that is 3 lakhs, into standard rate, how much is given? Price of material per unit 1 per kg, rupee 1 per kg, minus actual quantity 2,80,000 kg multiplied by actual price is 90 paise. That means 2,52,000. Sorry, not multiply here, minus 3 lakhs minus 2,52,000 minus. So 3 lakhs, as your estimation is 3 lakhs material cost variance, but actually you have incurred 2,52,000. Is it favorable or adverse? Is it favorable or adverse? Your estimation is 3 lakhs, but actually you have incurred only 2,52,000.
Favorable, I think.
Favorable, 48,000 rupees favorable. Then next you come to material price variance. Material price variance, what is the formula? Actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Actual quantity of raw material is how much? 2,80,000 into standard price 1 rupee per unit minus actual prices per unit is 90 paise. So 10 paise into 2,80,000, that is 28,000 favorable. Your estimation is 1 rupee standard price. Actually it is 90 paise. So 28,000 is favorable. Then material usage variance. Material usage variance, what is the formula? Standard rate into standard quantity for actual output minus actual quantity. Standard rate is 1 rupee into standard quantity based on actual output is 3 lakhs. We have calculated here 3 lakhs minus actual quantity is 2,80,000. So 1 rupee 20,000. 1 into 20,000, 20,000 favorable. So now you can see the verification. Material cost variance is equal to price variance plus usage variance. Material cost variance is 48,000 favorable is equal to price variance 28,000 favorable plus usage variance 20,000 favorable. Okay. Do you understand this? Material variance, material cost variance, price variance, and usage variance. Material cost variance formula is standard quantity based on actual output. You should not forget that. Standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate minus actual quantity into actual rate. That is the material cost variance. Material price variance is actual quantity into standard price minus actual price. Material usage variance formula, standard rate into standard quantity based on actual output minus actual quantity. Right? This is the formula. You should not forget. Right? Let us do another problem. See this. The standard mix to produce 1 unit of product is as follows. That is product material A, 60 units, material B, material C. That is 3 types of materials you are using for producing output, right? So standard mix A, B, C. A 60, B 80, C 100. So totally how many units? 240 units are required to produce how many units output? 1 unit of output. See here, standard mix to produce 1 unit of product. 1 unit of product means if you want to produce 1 unit of output, you are required to you put input product material A 60 unit, material B 80 units, C 100 units. This proportion are required. So totally 240 units are required to produce 1 unit of output. Do you understand? This is the standard mix are given. During the month of April, 10 units were actually produced, right? 10 units are produced. So here, this is the question. It is given actual material incurred. Material A, B, C, 640 units, 950, 870. This is actual. Actual incurred cost per unit. This is the actual cost are given. So first one, let us find out what is the standard quantity based on actual output. Standard quantity based on actual output we have to calculate, right? See here, standard on the standard quantity based on actual output. How much unit? 10 units. 1 unit proportions are given. What for? 10 unit, right? So A is 60 into 10, 600 unit. So 80 into 10 unit, that is 800 unit. 100 into 10 unit, 1000 units, right? So standard quantity based on actual output is totally 2400 units. Prices are given here itself, 15, 20, 25. Multiply this. This is the total standard cost, right? Total standard cost for ABC 50,000. Here actual cost is given 640, 950, 870. The rate is also given, cost is given. Actual cost incurred 52,225. So let us prepare material cost variance. Material cost variance, generally we can say standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost means standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate. This is standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate. That is totally we have calculated 50,000 minus actual cost 52,225. Here we have already calculated. So no need to again calculate. You can take this total value. So standard cost is 50,000. Actual cost is 52,225. Is it favorable or adverse? Is it favorable or adverse?
Adverse.
Adverse. 2,225 is adverse. It is more. You have incurred more. The next one, material price variance. Material price variance you have to prepare individually. Why? Because different rates are given. Different usages also given. So material A, what is the formula for material price variance? Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity, right? So standard price is for A is 15 rupees. Actual price is 17 rupees 50 paise into standard actual quantity for 640, right? Material B 20 minus 18 into 950. Material C 25 minus 27.50 into 870. So how much is the individually calculate whether is it favorable or adverse, you have to calculate. So 15 rupees, 17 rupees 50 paise actual. So it is adverse. Actual price if it is greater, it is adverse. Here standard price is greater, so favorable. Material C, actual price is greater, so adverse. So 2 adverse you add minus favorable. So net effect is 1,875 adverse. Net effect. Material price variance. Similarly, material usage variance you have to calculate. So material usage variance, what is the formula? Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price, right? So standard quantity we have calculated here based on actual output, that is 600, 800, 1000 minus actual quantity is 640, 950, 870 into standard price. Standard price 15 rupees, 20 rupees, 25 rupees. So now you see the quantity, actual quantity, if it is greater, it is adverse, right? Here all material C actual quantity is lesser, so it is favorable. These two add minus this favorable. So adverse is, the net effect is 350 adverse. You can verify whether if the answer is correct or not. You can verify. Material cost variance is 2,225, right? Adverse is equal to price variance net effect 1,875 is adverse plus material usage variance 350 adverse. So if you add these two, that is called 2,225. Correct? Huh? You can verify. If it is wrong, you may done any mistakes. Right? Can we go next one?
Yes, ma'am.
This is basically three variances. In this, we can find out mixed variance also because we have three types of materials we are using. So material mix variance and yield variance also we can find out. See here, material mix variance, what is the formula? When you are using this material, this proportions, when it is differ, when it is same, it is okay. Actual and standard, if it is same, simply standard cost minus actual cost we can do. But here the proportions are different. When it is the proportions are different, here you have to calculate revised standard quantity. What is revised standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price? So revised standard quantity I have calculated here, you see, workings. Formula for revised standard quantity, total weight of actual mix. Total weight of actual mix is how much? Total weight, this actual total weight 2,460. This is the total weight of actual mix divided actual mix into standard material. A material, standard A means A, B means B, standard material, individual material divided by total weight of standard mix. Total weight of standard mix, it is 2,400, right? So total mix of standard mix is 2,400. Total mix of actual mix is 2,460. See here, total weight of actual mix divided by total mix of total weight of standard mix into standard material, right? You have to calculate revised standard quantity. That means what? 2,400 you are using 600 units now. What for? 2,460. So 615 units. This is the revised standard units. You have to calculate like this. Okay. So now you use the scale here. 650 minus actual quantity 640, 820, 1,025. This is revised standard quantity. So what is your mix variance? Individually it is 375 adverse, 2,600 adverse, 3,875 favorable. Net effect 900. Material mix variance is 900 favorable. Okay. Then next one, material yield variance. Material yield variance, you can find out actual yield minus standard yield into standard output price. Material actual yield, it is 10 units. Actual yield is 10 units. Output, yield means output. Output is 10 units. How to calculate standard yield? Standard yield is not given, but you can find out. So standard yield total mix is total mix of actual input. Total mix of actual input, how much? 2,460, right? So 2,460 divided by how much units total standard mix? Standard mix is 240. Okay. 240 units only are required. How much material you have used? 2,460 units you have used. So 240 units is required to produce 1 unit of output. That means how many outputs you have to get back. Do you understand this? 2,460 divided by 240. So standard yield is 10.25 units. So difference is 10 minus 10.25 into standard output price. See problem, standard output price means total 5,000 rupees what you have earned. 240 units is equal to 5,000 units for producing 1 unit of output. So 5,000 rupees. Standard output price 5,000 rupees. So 1,250 adverse. Now you can verify material cost variance is equal to price variance plus mix variance and yield variance, right? So see here, cost variance 2,225 is adverse is equal to cost price variances. See here, price variance 1,875. Sorry, 1,875 adverse. Mix variance 900 favorable. 1,250 yield variance, right? adverse. If you total these two, favorable 900, you deduct it. So how much it is? $2,225. So material cost variance is due to price, mix, and yield variance. You understand? Material mix variance and yield variance. Do you understand this problem, all of you?
Ma'am, can you explain the standard yield again?
Standard yield, that is material yield variance formula, actual yield minus standard yield into standard output price. Okay, actual yield, how much you have output. Yield means output. How much output? 10 units is the actual output. Standard output, how you have to calculate? Standard output means if you are producing 1 unit of output, how many units are required? 240 units are required. Actual units, number of materials, how much you have used for the production? 2460 raw materials you have used. So 1 unit of output, how much is required? Only 240. So 2460 divided by 240. That is the standard out yield, right? Standard yield, expected yield to you using this actual input.
Okay.
10.25.
Okay.
Standard quantity, how we have calculated based on actual output. Similar way, here you have to calculate standard yield, you have to calculate based on actual input. Standard yield based on actual input you have to calculate. Okay? Do you understand or not?
Yes, madam.
Can we go next one? Labor variances. These are all the material variances. Next, let us see labor variances. Labor variances is also like the same material variance. There you are calculating material price variance, cost variance, usage variance. Similarly here, instead of price, material labor variance, labor hour or labor rate variance, material cost variance, and labor cost variance, material price rate variance, and then one more thing, idle time variance is also additional one variance in labor variances we have to learn. Let us see. I have given formulas, everything. Material cost, labor cost variance is equal to same thing. Standard cost of labor minus actual cost of labor. Standard cost you have to calculate standard hour based on actual output. Standard rate into standard hour. Then out per unit you have calculated in material. Here you have to calculate per hour. Labor hour. Okay. So standard hour is based on actual output you have to calculate minus actual rate into actual hour. Then labor rate variance is equal to actual hour into standard rate minus actual rate. There in material what you have done? Actual units into standard price minus actual price. Here you have to rate instead of price you have to put rate. There instead of input you have to put hour. Okay. Then labor usage variance. There material usage variance. Here you have to say it is a efficiency variance. Instead of usage variance, here efficiency variance. Because efficiency labor, there may be a different kinds of category will be there. Efficient labor, semi-efficient, less efficient. One person may produce 1 hour 100 units. Some person may produce only 80 units. Some other unskilled person may produce only 50 units, right? So this efficiency, due to labor efficiency, there is a variation. The formula is labor efficiency variance is equal to standard rate into standard hour minus effective actual hour. Why effective actual hour? Sometimes machine breakdown, current failure, power failure. So that you have to act, but you have to pay wages for that. machine breakdown and current failure, all these things. But we have to calculate only effective actual hour. That is why labor efficiency variance is equal to standard rate into standard hour minus effective actual hour. Another one is idle time variance. You have to calculate idle time variance. Idle time means machine breakdown, power failure, all these reasons, right? Strike, lockout, whatever it is, right? This idle time variance is equal to number of idle hours into standard rate. Number of idle hours into standard rate. This is labor idle time variance. Similarly, labor mix variance. The material mix variance, how we have calculated. Similar way, here labor mix variance. That is 3-4 category, I don't know. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Different categories will be there. The proportions of weight, if it is uneven, you have to calculate the revised standard hour. How we have calculated revised standard material. Similar way, here you have to calculate revised standard hour. Okay. Similarly, labor yield variance. Labor yield variance formula, standard labor cost per unit of output into standard output for actual hour minus actual output. This is same thing, only the efficiency variance you have to add idle time variance. That's all. Let us do one problem, you can understand, right? See this problem. Standard labor hour rupees 120 per unit, whose manufacture involves type of workers A, B, two types of workers, rate per hour 2 rupees, 3 rupees. So total amount during a period 100 units of the product were produced. So actual output is 100 units. This standard direct labor cost 120 rupees per unit. 1 unit if you want to produce, this is the labor total standard quantity of labor hours are required here, cost. Okay. Actually 100 units you are producing. Actual labor hours for A, B totally 5,100. You are required to calculate labor cost variance, rate variance, labor efficiency variance, labor mix variance. So let us prepare. You have to calculate first one, standard hour based on actual quantity. Standard hour based on actual output we have to calculate. Standard hour is this 50 hours. You have to calculate on this for 1 hour, 1 unit. For 100 unit, how much? For A, 30 into 100, 3,000 hours. B, 20 into 100 units, that is 2,000 hours. Rate, this is standard rate based on actual output, 5,000 hours. Actual output, actual hours is given A, 3,200, 1,900, so totally 5,100. Right? First, you prepare the statement, then let us calculate labor cost variance. Labor cost variance, what is the formula? Standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost means standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate. Standard quantity based on actual output into standard rate, that is 12,000 minus actual cost 12,400. So it is more. So 400 is adverse. The next one, labor rate variance. Labor rate variance formula, standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate 2 rupees, 3 rupees, 1 rupee 50 paise, 4 rupees into actual hour 3,200, 1,900. So net effect 300 adverse. Labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance, what is the formula? Standard hour minus actual hour into standard rate. Standard hour is this given, we have calculated here 3,000, 2,000. Actual hour it is 3,200, 1,900. So 2 into 3. So net effect 100 adverse. Next one, labor material variance. Here idle time is not given. Suppose idle time 10 hours, if it is given, idle time into standard rate you have to multiply and you have to add it. Okay. So here idle, suppose actual labor, if it is given here 5,100, out of this 50 hours are idle time. So in that case, effective labor actual time, you have to deduct that 50 hours here. Here you have to idle time rate, you have to calculate separately, right? So in this case, there is no idle hours are given. Next one, labor material variance, labor mix variance. Labor mix variance, what is the formula? Here, two weights are different, proportions are different. So in that case, you have to calculate revised standard hour. Revised standard hour, how you calculate? Standard hour of total actual hours, that is 5200 divided by total standard hour, that is 5000 into standard hours of particular type of labor, right? Total actual hour divided by total standard hour into particular standard hour. So 5100 divided by 5000 into 3000. So revised standard hour is 3060 for A, 2040 for B. So if you calculate like this, you will find out what is the labor mix variance. Net effect 140 favorable. You can verify. Verification I didn't do here. Similar way, labor, see here I have given labor cost variance is 400 adverse is equal to rate variance 300 adverse plus efficiency variance 100 adverse. So 300 plus 100, 400 is equivalent. Yield variance, it is not asked, so we didn't prepare. If it is asked, you can prepare like previous material variance. Okay. That's all with regards to the labor rate variance. Definitely one problem will be given in the examination point of view, either material variance or labor variance. One problem will be asked. Even 10 marks question. Simply for three variances are asking the resource material, labor cost, rate and efficiency. They may ask in 6 marks question also. Sometimes they may give you in 10 marks question. Definitely one problem will be there. That's all with regards to your syllabus. So all the things we have completed. If you have any doubts, you can now let us discuss your doubts. We have 10 minutes more. I have completed as a total syllabus.
And PPT will be shared, madam.
PPT, this PPT is already, it is in our website, ma. Website,
Okay.
it is available. You can take.
Okay.
Ma'am, that for example, in our classes you are updating something in PPT. You are uploaded in website is updated on or the old one, madam?
Old one. This is old one only. Only small mistakes. If it is there, we are correcting while teaching. That when you practice it, it will be. You can make it correct. Each and every time we couldn't update in the website. That's it. If we are adding some more problems, we can update. Same problem, no need. Okay, you can ask your doubts, anybody? Any other doubts? Yes, no doubts? No discussion required? And then theory questions also you have to prepare for the examination point of view. They may ask you what are the concepts and conventions, or write short notes for business entity concept, write notes for short notes for going concern concept, equalization concept, like that. Or conventions, they may ask what are the limitations or uses of ratio analysis, what are the differences between fund flow and cash flow, and then what is the funds from operation or cash from operation, like that. Theory questions also, they may cost classification, what are the elements of cost, what is the cost of production, so how you are classifying these direct overheads and indirect overheads. Then standard costing, what is standard costing, what are all the variance analysis, then what are the material variances and then labor variances. Likewise, they can ask marginal costing, what is the break-even analysis. They may ask you what are the decision-making technique for using marginal costing. Marginal costing, what are the uses, methods, techniques, limitations. So all these things they may ask in theory. Theory also you'll be prepared. But if you know the problem very well, you attend the problem, you will get full mark. So for an example, 10 marks question, if your answer is correct, you can get 10 marks. Instead, if you are writing theory, depends upon the evaluator. They may, some maybe give 6 marks, some person may give 8 marks, some person only 5 marks. So you will lose your marks. But if you are not sure to do the problem, if you do not know only, I know only steps, I do not assure. So adjustments and all, I am not sure. So in that case, if you know theory, you can attend the theory instead of writing problem. So depends upon your capacity. You have to choose the problem, and then I request you attend all the problem, whether you know or not, you attend. That means all the means part A 5 questions, part B 5 questions, part C compulsorily, if you whether you know or not, you attend it. Suppose if we are we are evaluating your answer sheet, getting 39 marks, 40 marks like that, no. If you are attending, you will give somewhere, we will give 5 marks to 4 marks, 2 marks here and there, we will make you pass. If you don't,
Madam,
attend,
how much is the pass
50
mark,
marks,
madam?
50 marks, 50 marks. If you don't attend, where we will put marks. So we will make it 38, 39 and make you fail. Instead, if you are attending all the means 5, 5, 1 as per requirement, it is easy for us to give here and there to put marks and make you pass. We are trying to make you pass, but you are not attending. That is the issue. Without attending, we cannot give marks, no?
Thank you, ma'am.
Whether
We
correct
will
or
do
not, whether answer is correct or not, if you know very well, you do it correctly. If you do not know 20 months case study, you do not know, they are asking to prepare a fund flow statement. But if you know the basic things, basic statements, how to put fund flow statement, inside some adjustment you do not know, step mark you will get. Instead of leaving, you can get 10 marks. Suppose if your other answers you are scoring 40 marks, 10 marks you can get, 50 marks you can pass. Okay. Many of this difficulty we are facing, many of the students, if they don't know, they are omitting just like that. Only attending part A and part B. How they will get pass? Right?
Okay, ma'am.
And then you have to put question number also clearly. Part A, first you are attending part A, part A, 5 questions you attend. Only 2 question writing. B you are attending 2 question. After that you don't make it mixing. A means A, from A you start. Or C if you are first starting, okay, now fine. First C, B, A, or like that. Don't mix it. Okay, then question number is very, very important. Many of them doing mistake 1, 2, 3 like that. So what is the question paper given? First question you are answering, put 1. Third question you are answering, put 3. Don't put 2. Okay, some of them, that mistake also they are doing. And then workings, some calculations and all, you use last sheet for adding, deletion, all these things you use it. Your answer sheet should be very clear, and you don't overwrite. Avoid to write over. Suppose if you have written wrongly, put strike out, next paper you use it and write. Okay, don't overwrite, and don't it should be very pleasant manner and a neat presentation, you will get good marks. And then accounts paper, when you are preparing the columns in the upper page, you have to write debit side, credit side, rupees, that you have units, that you have to mention. Otherwise, even everything, if it is correct, you are going to get sent up. But if you are eliminating rupees, units, that thing, if you are not doing, you will lose, you will not get center marks. 98 only, 2 marks, 3 marks, we will reduce for that. So don't use this. Okay. But accounts paper is very, very interesting. And then scoring paper. If you are practicing very well, you can score more marks and try to get first class. MBA first class is required for if you go anywhere. Okay, try to get first class and you practice it well. And handwriting, you make it very neat. And then don't write like from page 1 to same similar time. What is the concept? writes some points, bullet points, side headings, and then if there is any examples, you can write examples. If there is any diagram, your presentation should be very lively, right? Don't write like the simply story writing. Huh? While we evaluate your answer sheet gives a pleasant manner, you will get more marks. Right? These are the techniques you to get so more marks. Okay, any other doubts? Anybody?
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, can you give me the importance questions?
Question papers, it is in our website. You can download the previous question papers and then you can practice it. Okay.
Ma'am, shall
Okay,
we
ma'am.
through mail from your mail ID?
Why my
Ma'am, is calculator allowed?
Yes, calculator allowed. Only simple calculator. Scientific calculator are not allowed, and then mobile not allowed. Only simple small calculator we can allow.
Ma'am,
And then account sheet, you can use account sheet or plain sheet also you can use according to your wish.
ma'am,
Oh.
I'm from Karaikal, but I'm working in Chennai.
Ah.
Can we write for exam center in Chennai, or I have to come Karaikal, ma'am?
No, which is convenient for you at the time of applying examination application. You mentioned the exam center where you are applying.
Okay, ma'am.
That's
Thank you.
enough. You will get, you can write in that place. Even though
Thank you,
if your center Karaikal, you can apply while applying Chennai. If you put, you will write. You can write in Chennai.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, all the best.
For any doubt clearance,
Yes.
for any doubt clearance, if possible, we'll meet you in university, ma'am.
Yes, you call
feasible
me
time.
and come. My mobile, landline office number 443. Last three number 443. Dr. Uma Street. You can call me and you may come.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All
Madam,
the best.
still we are not getting the ID cards.
They are preparing. They are sending.
I think they are going to do
And the online portal also still. The online
The
portal
student
also still
portal
not open.
is not registered.
The
That
student
we have
portal,
to
the
talk
new
to
students
technical
have to
person.
register for it.
578 tomorrow or during working hours you contact 578 or 445. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Friends, the student portal has been opened, but you have to log in as new registration using your enrollment number with your MBA degree. You have to register for it. Then only you can log in into the students portal.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
For someday,
Sorry, come again.
is there any WhatsApp group or something?
You can log in into the student portal website and click new registration. You can fill the details and you will.
Mr. Sudan, already we already checked, but still it's not open.
Yeah, it's showing a data not
Good morning, all of you.
Good
Hello, are
afternoon.
you able to hear me?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Just hold
afternoon.
on. I'll try presenting. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just hold on. I got the permission to present now. I'll just open up a PPT, right?
Okay, ma'am.
Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we are in our fourth session actually in management concepts and organizational behavior. For those who have joined today, okay, so just I'll introduce myself. I'm Dr. Punita, Faculty of Directorate of Distance Education, and we are seeing management concepts and the organizational behavior. We have already seen a few sessions, so this is our fourth class. We will continue the PPT, right? Okay. So now actually we are entering into our second part, right? Which is called as organizational behavior. As in the first class, I told you that this paper is a merger of two different papers, management concepts, and the second paper is organizational behavior. We have completed management concepts yesterday, so we are entering into organizational behavior today, right? Okay. I think we have given an introduction already, but for those who come today, for that sake, just we will start it as a fresh one, right? See, as the name suggests, organizational behavior. That is what this paper is about. This is essentially a psychological paper, right? But we take most of the theories from the branch of psychology. And why we have to study organizational behavior as a separate paper is the behavior of the person outside the organization is not exactly the same inside the organization. Is it hard to believe or do you accept?
Accept.
True, ma'am. Accept, ma'am.
Yes. So all of you feel that you are not displaying the same behavior what you display outside, right? But don't be, what do you say, taken aback or don't be afraid that you are having multiple personalities. No, nothing. All of us are same. There is nothing wrong. This is how we present ourselves. But our basic traits and characteristics will be the same. We are the same person at the core. The basic values we uphold and the basic traits we have will be the same. What is the difference? The behavioral traits will be different. You will show a different kind of behavior according to the external factors. Most probably, it is not because of you, what you feel inside. It is mostly because of what the external factors are influencing you, what they are expecting you to behave. We display that behavior. Are you able to understand? So, this is what we are going to learn in this paper. How organizations affect the behavior of the employees or whoever is inside, right? And why we have to study this? Yes, of course, we know that behavior changes. We behave differently in organization, right? Everything. Why we have to study that. See, whatever the specialization you take, whichever department you work, wherever you are placed in the organization, at the end of the day, you are going to be with people, right? You are going to deal with people. You are going to deal with your boss, you are going to deal with your subordinates, you are going to deal with your peers, right? Wherever it is, you are around people. And the hardest part in the living is handling people. Because we are social animals, we cannot live alone. We need people always around us. And most of the time, understanding them, managing them is a challenge for us. We get hurt or we hurt them and then result in the, leaving even the organization. Somebody is asking question about what is that? Okay, I think some of you have asked about logging into student portal, and one of you has given that. We will be giving you an intimation on when to log into students portal. Okay, we will have all those things after the class. I give you every day some time for that, so you can clear these doubts at that time. Okay, always it is better to get it inside us. Just please hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second time. Okay. So kindly keep all those clarifications, doubts and all after the class. We will have time during that period. We can have that, right? Okay, come back. So as I told you, at the end of the day, we are going to handle people. So for that matter, it becomes essential for any of us who are going to be, future managers or future team leaders. It is essential that we need to know the basic psychology of human, right? That will be very helpful to understand the other person. If you are taking the first step to know about, to understand the other person, obviously half of the problem will be solved. When you are trying to move on from your own perception to the other one, automatically it will clarify a lot of conflicts between two people. So that is why the necessity of the study arises, and that is why this has been given as the first paper along with management concepts, right? Okay, so this is what it is. It is about what people think, feel and do in the organization. So it is all about the behavior, decisions, perceptions and emotional response. Okay, it's not always what you are doing. Most often it is, as I told you, what we behave is an effect of what the external factors is stimulating you to do, right? Most of the cases we give what the other people are expecting from us to display, and many times if your personality is strong enough, we display what we want to display, right? So that is two different things. And who has to study this paper? Essentially, for whom this is made up? This is not only for managers. As I told you, it's for everyone who is working in the organization, because you probably having your friends, team, peers, that itself is a necessity for you to understand the paper. Why we have to study this? You can make sense of why the world is like that. It will come to you once you understand the concepts of this organizational behavior. Trust me, after that you will feel that whatever they are doing, whatever the other people is doing, it will make some sense. You will understand why this is happening. So that will help you. Once you start understanding that, that will help you to be prepared. What is going to happen? What may be the emotional response from that person. That will help you be prepared and handle for the next response, right? So that is why this paper is important, right? So the first concept in organizational behavior, what we are going to study is perception and learning, right? It is like how you interpret the information. I think all of you have studied about communication, right? No, this is your first paper. Okay, right. See, we will see a little bit of communication to understand this. See, communication is how it is stepwise processed, you know. See, if I have to tell you this thing, the concept of perception and learning, first I am thinking that in my mind, right? And I am converting that thoughts into words of particular language which I can reach to you, right? See, but basically I am a Tamil person. So whatever I think will be in my mother tongue. My thoughts will be in my mother tongue. So first hindrance, first thing what I am doing, I am searching the vocabulary in the language which I can reach you, and I am converting the thoughts into a string of words, right? And then the third step is I am saying it aloud, right? The string of words, I am saying it. So what happens? That reaches you. You are listening it through your ear, okay? And it goes to your head, and once again you are decoding it, right? So what happens that you are once again taking that string of words and converting that into your mother tongue, whatever you can be able to understand to that language, and you are understanding what I said, right? So these are the steps of communication. First I encode, then I deliver, you decode, you interpret, right? So this perception comes there where you interpret the communication, right? So what I mean to say is in my mother tongue, in my thoughts. Sometimes it's visual, sometimes it's abstract, sometimes it is like a song, music. It can be of any form, how my thoughts are forming. I try to make it to a convenient medium which you can also perceive, you can also receive, right? So I am converting. This encoding itself is a hindrance. So maybe I am not able to exactly convert whatever I am thinking into words. Then I am saying it aloud. See, this is through online. A lot of problems. Maybe a word is cut inside or volume is down. You may not able to hear properly. So these are all we call hindrances of communication, right? So after all these hindrance obstacles, it reaches you. And whatever words you are able to gather, what you do, you are perceiving it, right? You are decoding it, you are interpreting it. That is perception, right? I think you all are acquainted of a game. Usually a group of people will be standing one by one, and a string of words, a sentence will be told to the first person in his ear without anybody knowing. So he has to say the same set of words to second person. It goes on, and after the 8th or 9th person, he has to say it aloud. What was the first sentence he told? If you check both the context, both the sentence, you can see that a lot of words are changed, misplaced, and the entire meaning of the sentence would have been collapsed, right? Why is that? It is nearby. They are standing nearby. They are just saying into other person ear. But still, how you perceive is the matter there, right? The meaning you are trying to interpret. This is the first lesson you have to remember. Always give space. Remember that perception differs. Are you able to understand? That is why this is a basic lesson in organizational behavior. So when a person is trying to interpret the information, there are a lot of hindrances, obstacles, how he is going to perceive it, right? And the perception is not only through ear, as I told you, it can be through any of the 5 senses, right? I think all of you know 5 senses. So perception includes all the 5 senses. And the perception only belongs to the person who is perceiving, right? So the personality of the person counts. Who you are, that's how you perceive, right? And the situation, the circumstances, where you are standing, what are the external factors that plays a great role in your perception, right? So if you take it as a learning process, we'll see to that. Perception is the first step for learning process. And let's finish with the barriers. So what are all the barriers of this communication or perception? Selective barriers, first one. What is a selective perception? You want to hear, that is what you hear, right? That's why you say, you hear what you want to hear, you say what you want to say, so you see what you want to see. It always happens. See, for example, how to express this. It's evening, after the class I'm going out, right? 4:30, I want coffee badly. After the class I want to drink something hot. When I'm traveling in the road, I will see what I want to see. What is that? Coffee shops. Where are all the coffee shops? I can see that when I'm passing by. Are you able to understand? So you hear what you want to hear. Even though a lot of people are talking in a room, if you want something in your mind, that will be listened by you, right? So this is called selective perception. You want to see which is in your mind. That is what you will perceive, right? See, for example, you have a teenage son, right? And you see smoke coming out of the window. What will be your perception? What will you think about this? Anyone?
Smoking.
Anyone? Smoking, see?
Smoking inside the room.
Yes, right? Do you understand? Why is that? Because I have a suspicion. Maybe he is smoking. It may not be so. It could be some paper burning, or it could be some anything. It could be even agarbatti. Who knows, right? But immediately what comes to our mind? The characteristics of me, the situation, the past experience, and the pressure, social pressure, right? So all these factors plays, and immediately I will perceive it that he is smoking. Are you able to understand? So this is selective. I select the perception way of mind. The second one is stereotype, right? Like what will be perceived of that immediately? Say, for example, a person standing with a gun and the opposite person is shot. Obviously, what we will think, this person has shot. Stereotype. We will start believing that he has shot. Why is that? I interpret, I perceive that way. Because I see, I believe. Are you able to understand? These kind of barriers are stereotypes. Then the third one is first impression error. That's why we often say, whatever you have, the first impression is the best impression, because it is the first layer in your conscious mind. Whatever I see, that is the first layer, very strong. That is the foundation of what I'm going to build of one person. If the first impression is very bad, the foundation is weak. You cannot relay it, that is why the first impression, if you get something bad or erratic, so what happens? Whatever you are afterwards perceiving on that particular area, it will be wrong. It will be erratic, right? So these are we call first impression errors. The next one, projection. How you want to project it, right? See, you polarize your want, you project, and that will be your perception. A little bit ahead of the first one. So these are the barriers of perception. So when you are not able to understand these things, two things happen. One is you perceive wrong. If you are able to understand that, you may step out and have an open mind to make it better, to make the perception a little bit better. And the second part, good part of understanding these hindrances are, you will have the space given for the other person to understand him, thinking that the perception may have gone wrong. Are you able to understand? So these are two ways. One is for yourself, and the other one is for the other person, right? So unless the perception is clear, you understand perception clearly, learning itself will not become effective, right? Perception is very important for learning. And here, if learning, I mean not the education, what you are having. The learning, what I mean here is of all the things we observe, of the life, right? Because see, you are what you have learned from your infant stage. From the day you are born, whatever you are seeing is in your conscious mind. It is going to subconscious when you are growing, but it is there, right? So you are learning from the day one, from the hospital where you are born. So it starts there. How you perceive, that is how you are built. You are what you have perceived and learned so far. Are able to understand? Your characteristics are built that way. Your personality traits are built that way, right? So this perception and learning are hand by hand, and it is very important and essential for you to go through all the way of human management, right? Okay, I have given you a small diagram there for understanding. If you see that, you can see that is a number, right? 6 or 9. So where you are standing, you will perceive like that. This is perception, right? Both are correct and both are wrong. Okay, so how you, where you are standing and which angle you are seeing, all this matters for perception and learning. I remember one saying of Osho, I think all of you would have heard of him. He's a saint, but known for wrong reasons also, but he is a very good philosopher. Once I read through that about the perception. When you are losing faith or you are in depression, you will feel that the future is very scary always. I'll teach you that also here. Why the future is scary, because you don't know what is going to happen. We call that as fear of unknown. When you don't know something, like when you have to enter into your lake, the water is a little bit dark, you're not able to see how deep it is. Can you put your leg inside? No. Fear of unknown. If the water is clear and the step is there, you will put. That is a difference. So when you are depressed or because of the fear that you don't know what is going to happen, he gave a good philosophy that the perception matters. Here, see, you imagine like you are traveling in a pathway against a hill. So what you are able to see is up to the hill only. You don't know what is behind the hill. So you are fearing how my life is going to be after that. Till that I am able to see. So what he says in those cases, philosophically, he says that whatever religion you are, whoever you believes in the God, you perceive that, you think like that he is sitting on a top of a tree. Who can see what is the other side of the hill also, right? If you think like that, if you perceive like that, what happens? Your journey will become more easier. You will not be fearing of what is the other side. You will have the confidence to move on. So this is how people take the context of perception, right? So we are seeing the things what are all leads to perception here. See, these are the factors that affect the perception: reality, understanding the situation, the context of the incident or event or whatever you are, and your memory, right? Memory is like, what do you say? That gives the area, the platform for you to put your things arranged. This decoding happens, that decoding has to happen. It is like, you see, it is like a jigsaw puzzle. You have a lot of pieces. Every time you decode, you are making all those words come across according to your way to put it there and decode. So you need some sort of platform to put those words and make a meaning out of that. The memory plays that role. Whatever you have, the past experiences, right? Those past experiences helps you to decode the things. Then knowledge, how much you learn from the society, how much you learn from this, these incidents, that will help more. Then cognition. Cognition is your analyzing ability, logical reasoning ability, how you are adjusting the words to pull some meaning, right? Then there is like for that I used to say one sentence, I forgot. There is now got something like, the cognitive ability, like if you put space in between, that one particular sentence will become very meaningful. That is how our reasoning ability will help. Then vision. Vision is not only your eye, But vision is how you take it in between the lines, you say, like that. How you see the, for example, a art is there. Your vision will help you to perceive what is in between or in what is a real meaning, what is the depth of it. That is exactly the vision. And your sensory system, of course, like the smelling or touch sensation or hearing, all these things, right? So these are the factors that leads to perception. But when all of us have this, actually you should ask this question. I am asking you. All of us have all these things, right? Memory, knowledge, understanding, ability, cognitive ability, vision. But do we perceive the same? All of us have all these things. But if we are given with one incident, all of us do we perceive the same? Say, for example, we see one film. Does all of us have the same takeaway from that?
No. No, ma'am.
No. Why is that? Why we perceive differently?
The way we see an idea through that film, we get different notions about
That is
the
why I'm asking
thing.
why it is different from Prasanna to Nitya to Alex.
Because of their environment which they are growing.
What is that?
The environment which they experienced throughout their life.
Yeah, that is what I told you. I have given you the reasons. But my question is, next step. I have given you the reasons. These are the factors that affect the perception, right? My question is, when all of us have these factors, say for example, you and your brother, right? Both of you are in the same situation, brought up by the same parent. You are grown up with the same social factors, but still you perceive differently. Where is the difference comes from? Why you perceive differently from your kin brother?
Individual thinking, ma'am.
Yes, what is that? Yes, Vinod Kumar?
Individual thinking.
Yes, what is that individual thinking actually?
Reasoning.
Yes?
Bias.
Reasoning skills.
Okay, reasoning is there. Shalini, what is that?
Bias, ma'am.
Bias, right. Okay, right.
No, my understanding of the situation will be different from the other person.
Why is that? That's my question. I understand that you understand differently. Why is that? When both two people are born and brought up in the same situation, they should be alike because they are given with the same set of knowledge, same set of love, same set of education, right? Same set of neighbors, same set of friends. Where comes the difference?
Processing the information differently.
Why is that processing differently? Okay,
Because different logical. Some used to understand logical so easily. Some used to understand the emotional so easily.
Yes, very good. All of us have this. Not only some. See, where it lies, the difference. The percentage, dominating percentage of these factors makes the difference, right? See, for example, age. Because of age, the knowledge may be more. The past experiences may be more. You would have perceived wrong in your past and you would have rectified from that. So the dominating factors percentage is the difference. Say for example, in this one, what we are seeing in this, because of knowledge or because of cognitive ability, maybe logical and reasoning is more to a person, his thinking is different. He is having all the other things also, right? Maybe because of the high sensory system, like say dogs, they perceive the place of food very easily than us because the dominant factor of sensory system is more to them. Even some of us, by the smell itself, we can say what are the ingredients in the food. You perceive the food differently from others because your sensory system dominates than the other things. Are you able to understand? All the factors are in play for everyone. Do you get my point? But what at that particular situation dominates, you perceive based on that factor. Right? So this is how perception makes you a better person or still more than that. Okay? So hereafter, you stop for a second and think for a second. How have you perceived? On what basis? Which is the factor that is dominating for you to perceive like that? right? Say, for example, if you feel that you are highly emotional and you have perceived something, stop, think on what basis I have done this. If you are able to understand that, maybe because I'm emotional, I have perceived this wrong, it will be very easy, to understand the other person. Are able to see that? Say, for example, I'll give you a small example. We conclude perception. Why I'm insisting on this more is because this is a base for whatever psychology we are going to study, right? See, think like this. There is a colloquial way of saying about people in Tamil, like all of you know the Emeraj, right? Dharmaraj or Emeraj, we say, one who is a god for taking the lives out of people, right? But he is a very diligent person, very obedient, very spiritual, very knowledgeable, and very straightforward. He is perfect in his work. He will not take a life if it is not due, right? And he will not leave a life if it is due. So he doesn't have any bias. He is very straightforward in his job, right? So that is how he is perceived in one way. Okay. Now see, your friend is very capable. He is very efficient. So there is a way of saying in Tamil, we used to say, you are like a Emeraj, right? So this is a compliment. See, you are very straightforward. You do everything. You are knowledgeable. You are such a good person. Okay. And after, say, 2 years, okay, there is a small conflict between these two friends, and another third friend is inflicting some unwanted news to the person. If that friend is saying this about you, that about you, like that, slowly he is corrupting his mind. Say, now they are meeting and this person is saying, you have not changed, you are like a Emeraj. Now what will happen? This is not a compliment. He will take in a negative tone and say that, oh, you are telling me like I am a Emeraj, so I am a killer. Right? So this is how the perception works. If that person stops to think that, see, now I am emotional, I am having suspicion and anger on this person. So that is why maybe I have perceived this meaning. The problem will be solved then and there itself. So that is why I say, when important interpretations you are making out and you are making decisions, important decisions based on that interpretation, stop, think on what basis the perception has been made. What is the factor that is dominating you to interpret like that? Is there any other perception to that which can be also true? Right? If you are taking this few seconds to think, few minutes to interpret once again, a lot of problems in the life can be easily resolved, right? So you can make it as a technique and practice. You can believe me in doing that, because I am doing it for years and it is wonderful. It gives you wonders, right? So we go to the next one. Through this perception, what we do? Learning. Because unless you interpret, unless you are able to make meaning out of the other person's writing or drawing or whatever I am telling, whatever medium it may be, the communication medium, unless you are able to perceive it properly, your learning will be insufficient. So based on that, we learn, right? So learning, how it happens? Through the experience. It may be good, it may be bad. Actually, bad experiences and mistakes are good teachers. You learn more, because good experiences are short-lived. Maybe you are happy about something, you will easily forget that. But when something bad happens, somebody has hurt you, some words, right? That's why there is a Tirukural in Tamil saying that Teenal suttapun ullarum arade navinal suttavadu. Like if you have a burnt wound, that will heal. But if somebody has hurt you with words, that will not heal. That is the meaning of this Tirukural. So what it says, when it is a bad experience, bad things happen, it will take long time and you learn a lot through that. What to do, what not to do. So this is how we change the behavior. Every day, that is why we say, every day we change. You cannot predict a person. You cannot have take it for granted that I know this person. You don't know any person in truth, because whatever you know a person is still yesterday. What he is today, nobody knows except him. Right? So it is acquired through experience every day. The learning happens till we die. Every day learning happens. Right? So you take a lot of things, new understandings, new behavioral skills. And the next thing we will see is these three: values and attitudes. So based on this comes the preferences. Right? So your preferences also change based on what? Your values and attitudes. Right? So can you see the link between all these things? You understand something every day. So based on that, your knowledge grows. Whatever you know till yesterday is wrong. You learn something new today, your knowledge grows. Based on that knowledge, you behave a little bit changed. When your behavior changes slowly, the way of your work change, your skill improves. And what you perceive about a thing, the value changes. So the attitude towards a value changes. And there goes your preference. What do you want in life changes. Are you able to understand? This is how our lifestyle change every day because of learning. So in learning, we say two things. One is classical conditioning. The other one is operant conditioning. Classical conditioning is, if I want to change the behavior of a person, I am doing it through a classical way of conditioning. That is classical conditioning. You can change the behavior. You can pull the behavior from one person. How is that? I think if time permits, I will tell you. I don't know whether I have the slide today for classical conditioning. Let me check it and come back. If you don't have the time, I will not say that. No. Okay. So I'll just say in a gist and leave it. See, like this is actually, Pavlov's theories. These are given by a famous psychologist. How he displays his classical conditioning, if you have a puppy, a dog, what he proved is every day by say 12 o'clock, he will make a sound, a bell sound, and he will give a biscuit to the dog, right? And slowly after some time, what he does, only the bell sound or only the biscuit. So whatever it is, by 12 o'clock, automatically saliva secretes from the dog, expecting the biscuit. Right? This is classical conditioning. So he will modify the behavior of the dog by conditioning with the, positive motivation. That is called a biscuit. Right? So this is the basis of this classical conditioning. You can make this happen without the knowing of the person, okay, whom you want to condition, but this happens. Like this is parenting essentially. You can see that how you are accustomed to your home is classical conditioning. What your parents do, positive motivation, negative motivation. If you do something good, they will give you, appreciate you. If you don't doing something which they don't want, they will punish you. So automatically we get conditioned to that system, classical conditioning. Then operant conditioning is the positive or negative consequences. That is, as just I told you, sorry, I mixed it up. Classical conditioning is giving this continuous, practice, and operant conditioning is this negative and positive motivation. You show something to that person, like continuously appreciate when they do something good, that goes to the subconscious mind. So what happens? Whenever you want recognition, you want to display that behavior. So whenever we don't want that particular behavior, we give punishment. So what happens? You fear of the punishment, you will abort whatever you want to do in that area. So this is how the conditioning works in the learning. And the next one is reinforcement theory. For a desirable behavior, to pull out a desirable behavior, reinforcement theory is an age-old theory, right? We do it again and again and again. Like the classrooms we do, that is base of the education for learning. Every schools do that. You have to come on time, you have to sit in the classroom, you listen to the class, you write the far notes, you write the examination, repeat, right? So reinforcement of the same thing. So slowly you will learn, right? So we go to the next one. This is about the personality. See, The next concept in that is how the personality of a person is defined, or how the personality develops for a person. See, if, as we have already discussed about that, two siblings in a same home, same environment, with the same parents, same neighbors, same friends, same school, same teachers, same food, but different personalities. Where that happens, that is based on the cognitive ability, which result in the perception and the learning. Even though the food is same, the bacteria in your gut is different. So what happens? The enzymes produced is totally different. This is exactly happening in mind also, right? The same food taken by two people result in two different ways. Same way, same incident seen by two different people result in two different ways. So this is how the personality is defined. What is the value you attach to the things is a resultant of, it results in the attitude, right? And when the attitude and values are different, the basic life ethics of a person, the foundation of all the things what we are talking about is made, right? Once this foundation is made, whatever you are building up, your personality will be that, right? In the childhood itself, if your life ethics is good, you know what is right, what is wrong, that is enough. Your personality will be growing on that. But when that gray area, there is no proper line between what is wrong and what is right, is taught in the early days of a person. So what happens? His life, whatever he builds later, unless he becomes very self-aware and he is able to change his way of perception, learning and values, his life will become a chaos. He will not be able to differentiate between the right and wrong clearly. Always he will be in a gray area. And that's how we get the resultant criminals, or so-called, what do you say, social elements in any society. Because the personality, why it becomes like that, they are not able to differentiate between what is right and what is wrong. The life ethics, basic ethics foundation is not right for them, right? Okay. So what are the determinants? How the personality is determined? As I told you, first and foremost is a family. Because that is where you are born into. Your early days are in the family. You are looking at only those people who are in your family. So whatever input they give is like, what do you say, more than foundation. Because you are an empty bag by that time. You don't have anything. Your mind is empty and full of receptiveness. You are ready to take in whatever comes, right? Why we all of us, we love our mother to the core. That is the first phase we see every day. It is in the core of our mind. You can never delete it. The smiling face of the mother is what we would like to see till we live, even though she is old. That is how it forms. So what happens? A family, the input is very heavy. You take whatever comes in. That is how you learn the language very easily. See, when you are old, your learning should be more, right? But when at 2 years, you are able to speak a language, mother tongue. Even at 20, it is hard for you to learn a language. And you see the difference, because by that time, you are empty. You had a lot of space. Whatever language your mother speaks, easily it came. But by 20, what happens? You already have a lot in your mind. Already you are a personality. You have a lot of perception. So letting anything inside becomes tough. So family is the first determinant of the personality. You are what your family want to make out of you. The second one is culture. So these are imbibed, family lives with some culture. You are grown up with that culture. If the culture says this is wrong, you will accept that. If the culture says this is right, you will accept that. Right? So the culture is a second important determinant of one's personality. Third one is education. Obviously, when you go to school, what happens? A lot of doors open. You are able to let in a lot of knowledge. So what happens? These knowledge enhances your cognitive ability, and results in whatever you are seeing or hearing. You are able to analyze it. You are able to see it properly. The perception is refined now, right? So your learning becomes tuned to that. You are refined with the learning experience. And obviously the second one is friends. Fourth one, right? Like friends are like magnets. Yeah, they give something you cannot deny. At one stage, what happens? The learning comes from the society. That society's frontal warriors are the friends, right? Apart from the family, you listen more to them. That is why parents often are worried about the friends, because the friends are greater influence on the personality. You may not know that, but they influence you a lot. The personality has a bigger play area for the friends. And religion also has, we cannot say religion, also we can say faith. You can see that is a universal phenomena, right? It is not about any particular god or religion or caste or nothing. It is about some faith, right? Have you ever thought universally why everybody has this concept of having a god or some, what do you say, someone as a leader of the religion or something? Why is that? Even a small group, you can say wherever a society, a group of people are there, because nobody taught them in the ancient world. There are no communication facilities between them, But still everybody has that exactly the same thing. Some god they will be worshipping, some god they will have the faith. Why is that? How that happen? How can it happen? Anybody? Have you ever thought about that? No? What about Prasanna? The one who often says answers.
We have not thought about that. It is already perceived that there is a God and we need to follow it. That's it. Beyond that, we haven't thought about it.
Okay. But okay, then let us have it as a food for thought, okay? My question is simple. That's see, in ancient world, there is no communication between one continent to the other, one country to the other. They lived in a group which is far away to each other. But this one concept prevailed in all the groups, right? Everyone has one kind of god to worship to. Even tribes, you can see, they'll have some god. Sometimes nature is the god, but they'll worship. That is a form. Why is that? That I don't give you the answer now. I leave it as a, like.
Can I say that? That's a belief.
Yes?
That's a belief, I believe.
I don't get you. A little bit louder, please.
That's a belief.
That's why I'm asking why that belief have been there in all the parts of the world. How it is not that like copied that concept. It is an indigenous concept of all the indigenous groups.
By experience, our elders they done.
Sorry, Praveen, I'm not able to hear you.
By experience,
yes,
our elders made a culture like that.
Okay, who made that for that elders?
Ma'am, there is uncertainty in everybody's life. So that
Yes.
uncertainty's answer they want to explore. So
Yes.
some they want to attribute it to what you say, to overcome that uncertainty or to they create some
Very good.
idea.
Right. Very good. See, there were a lot of unknown things in all the groups, right? Which animal is going to hunt them by that night? Nobody knows, right? So everyone needs a protector. Everyone needs one who they can look up. So that is a basic belief. You can move on to the next one. That is a belief, motivation you can have. So that became a universal concept. In anywhere, any group, what they did, they made something which they can rely upon, they can believe, they can have a faith on. So faith is the underlying word exactly. So every personality is made up of some faith, right? Whether you want it or not, at the, at some point of life, when you understand that there are external things which is out of control, you want something to hold upon. Like when you are feeling you are down in your hole and you cannot come up, You want something to hold upon. So this is
Also,
what
ma'am-
happened in most of that, like a rope to hold. So that
Ma'am,
pain-
sorry to interrupt. Is it also to get some sort of a closure? Because human psychology or mentality is wherein you need an answer to everything. And where you can't find an answer, you
Yes.
need some sort of a closure to the answer.
Yes,
So where
it's
there's
not
no
as a
answer, God is the closure.
Like, yeah, it is like you want to, it's not closure, you can say you want to keep it sacred. So that, see, I don't know, I accept it, right? So what they do, okay, something is beyond me, so let it be there, right? In some cases, if you see why we say, in many cases in indigenous tribes, they start worshipping one person who has protected them. Like nature, they will see one person who will attack them. There are so many kinds of way. But what my meaning is that belief. You want to have the faith in something so that you can just move on. You can have the rope of belief and go on, right? And the next one is food. You may be wondering how the food affects the personality. Yes, the food affects the personality. I'm teaching this for a long time, but my learning also has taken a lot of course. First, I thought that food, how it, as our mythology goes, or not mythology, I'm not very sure, like Ayurveda and many things say, there are some 4 kind of foods, like whatever food you eat, you will be like that, right? Like Raja's food, if you eat like Raja, you will become a warrior. If you eat very sattvic food, you will be very calm and polite, and you will be able to think properly, like that. Then slowly, after some years, I understood that the food has some kind of influence in the body. Some foods makes your brain stronger, some food makes your body stronger, like that. And recently, I come across one article which was able to open my eyes that this is how maybe exactly the personality is related to food. What that is, you have heard about the sentence that quote that you are what you eat, right? But actually, this doctor has written an article that you are what your guts want you to eat, right? So what his meaning is, he says that unknowingly the bacteria inside our guts, we say that good bacteria and bad bacteria, I think all of you know about that particular bacteria in the guts, whichever dominating bacterial group in your guts is the one who demands the food, right? He has made a research and he is saying that you say that craving, sometimes you say that I'm craving for this food. He says that where is that craving comes from? Why your brain thinks that you want this particular kind of food? Because these bacteria are sending continuous signals to your brain saying that I want this particular food. So what happens? The brain obeys that and says that I'm craving for that food, and you are eating that to, what do you say? Calm down your bacteria in the guts. So what happens? The bacteria group becomes more stronger and it decides what you have to eat. And that is why some foods we like and some foods we don't like. I think now you will be able to understand how personality can decide on food. Because the food is for strength. It goes through your mouth. Why is it liking comes from? I like this food, I don't like this food, right? So he says that sometimes if it is a bad bacteria, it is in your guts, it eats wrong foods and it leads to your ill health. If it is good bacteria, it asks for good food and you become healthy. So he says that the bacteria also decides your personality, right? Because bacteria demands the food. You eat that particular food and that food decides your personality. So this is how indirectly bacteria decides. And don't worry, this bacteria is hereditary. These bacteria are given by the family again. Your grandmother, grandmother's mother, it comes through big line. So the good bacteria only is transferred. Bad bacteria are eliminated. So when the mother gives birth, automatically through her path itself, the bacteria enter into the child's guts. And not only that, they say that when mother's mother take the child and kisses the child, automatically the bacteria gets transferred to the mother line. So good bacteria, if there are, that is why they say, if the grandmother, grandfather are with the children become more immune. I didn't understood that all these years. Recently, I came to know that when the grandparents and the grandparents, great grandparents are with the children, and they hug and kiss, the bacteria get transferred, and as it is hereditary, and only good bacteria are transferred. The children which are not having this opportunity, becomes weak and they don't get variety of good bacteria. They are having only one dominant from the mother. So this is how the personality is affected by the family in another one way, right? Hope you understood this. We go to the next one. This is the models of personalities. We call it as Big Five model, right? 5 models of personalities. So I think many of you would have learned that. So just I will give you a small gist of what are they, because we have yet a lot of slides to complete on this. Okay, let me see whether I'm able to complete. Right. So what are these Big Five model is? First one is extraversion, right? We call them as extroverts. Most of you know. They are very sociable, because gregarious. That is, they will immediately make friends. They will talk loud, laugh loud. They will not be bothered or worried more about how the people are thinking about them. They will say the thoughts aloud, right? So they are extroverts. Extraversion is the first model. The second one is agreeableness. Agreeableness model of personality. People have a warm personality, we say. They are very, empathetical and cooperative. They are very good team players, right? The third one is conscientiousness. They are always with the conscience dominating their personality. So they will think more about themselves. They will work hard. They will keep everything organized. They will care about the people around. So they will be answering to their conscience every minute. The fourth one is emotional stability. These people are, by personality itself, they are very self-confident. They cannot be shaken easily. Calm, collective, cool, composed people are emotional stability models. The last one is openness to experience, adventurous kind, right? Creative, curious. They most probably they go into the art side, drawing or running or athletics. Like they'll be creative and adventurous, right? Those people are the fifth model. So you can see that most probably the personalities are divided into any of these 5. So you can fix what kind of person you are. You can fix into any of these. But there is no, general thing for that. There are some exemptions for that theory. That is a very big class, like Big Five model. We have to take for 4-5 hours. So we don't have time. I'm finishing it in 3 minutes. The next one is trait theory. This is like how you divide the personality based on the traits, right? Traits are, your actions, your behavioral actions for a kind of stimuli. That is what we call as trait, right? Say, for example, a dog is barking at you. What is your response to that stimuli is one trait, right? Or when a baby is asking for some help, small child, that is a stimuli. What is your response? That is a trait, right? So when you have to break down your traits for each of the stimuli. So when you collect all these traits and combine them, that becomes a personality, right? So what are these traits? Warmth, reasoning, emotional stability, dominance, liveliness, rule consciousness, social boldness, sensitivity, vigilance, abstractedness, privateness, apprehension, openness to change, self-reliance, perfectionism, and tension. So these are all traits you can put upon what kind of traits you are. When you are able to combine this, you can make it into a one personality. That is trait theory. Break them into small traits and then you can ascertain what kind of person he is. The next one is personality in organizations. We come to the company now. When you are in organization, how we are able to ascertain the personality. The first one is locus of control, internal or external. See, there are rules and regulations in any organizations, protocols and procedures in every organization, right? But it is not that necessarily every time you will be controlled by the rules and regulations. That is external locus of control. When you have a set of rules inside, the ethics, what we thought about is personality traits, right? That is locus of internal control. When a person is controlled by himself, his traits, locus of internal control. controlled by organizational rules, external control, right? The next one is self-efficacy. What he is ascertaining of himself, overall view, that is self-efficacy, right? The third one is self-esteem. What is the worth of myself? Can I become the manager, or I should be an underdog, or I can be a leader? If I am able to ascertain my self-esteem, self-worth, that is self-esteem. Self-monitoring kind of persons, they will change themselves. Like always they are conscious about the world. What that person is looking at me, what this person is saying, immediately I will change the behavior. Right? These kind of people are self-monitoring people. They cannot, display their own behavior. Their behavior is modeled by the external factors, most probably from the peers around them, right? And there is an instrument called MBTA instrument to ascertain the your personality, if you are interested in, right? Myers Briggs, it is called as Myers Briggs, MB. They found one set of questionnaires to ascertain your personality. If you are interested in this one, you wanted to know more about your personality, or you want to learn more about that, you can check that MBTA. It is available in open source in Google itself. There are certain set of free questionnaires are available. If you answer that, that will give you your personality, right? And the interesting part in that, at the starting of the questionnaire, it will ask you what do you know about yourself, what kind of person you are. You can set your personality and then go on, right? At the end of the test, when you see that what is the real kind of personality you are, you will be, sometimes shocked to see that you have not understood yourself all these years, right? So try that and give me the feedback in the next class, okay? Right. Can we go on for one or two slides, or can we continue next week? It's up to you. It is
Ma'am, please continue. Yeah, please carry on.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. So we will, I'll take for more than 5 minutes maybe. I'll try to finish, okay? Right. So the next topic is values, attitudes, and belief. But listen carefully. These are very important actually. Again, not only for exam point of view, for your life. If you want to understand people, want to know psychology, understand clearly what are values, attitudes, and belief. These three are interlinked, right? So what is this value? Value is some kind of what you attach to the things. Usually what happens, we always think monetary value. When I ask that what is the value of the watch you are wearing, right? You will suddenly say that this is say 5,000 or 2,000. So this is okay. See, for example, I am wearing this watch. This is around some 3,000 rupees. So if you ask me that, okay, I'll give you 4,000. Can you give me the watch? I will not give. Right? Why is that? Because there is something else value attached to it. That is called as maybe sentimental value, emotional value, because this is a gift to me from somebody else. Are you able to understand? So the value is not always monetary value. This is what I attach to something, right? It is like, you imagine like a tag. It is attached with everything, right? And that tag has something written in it. It is not monetary value. It is something else. What you think as a worth of it, that is the value attached to that. Right? So what kind of values there can be apart from monetary value, which we are grown up with? That is actually, it is not fault of you, it is a fault of the society, fault of your parents, a fault of education. We always focus everything we see through the glass of money. We think what is this worth means, we only think about the monetary value of that, not that. There are other values like loyalty, spirituality, humility, compassion, honesty, kindness, integrity, selflessness. Can you now relate to the values? Say, for example, a military person who is standing in Ladakh, in a high Siachen Everest top, who is not able to breathe properly because of the low level of oxygen. Do you think only for the money he is earning, he is standing there? He cannot earn the money somewhere very relaxed and very happy place? Can't he earn that money in some other place?
Sure, he can. But
yes,
his value for the mother country is more than anything else.
So the value he attached to that is something else. Now are you able to understand? This is how the values becomes the basic of your attitude, how you act, right? It may be anything, but that base is the value on which you act upon, right? So what is his attitude? How you act based on the psychological tendency, how you express something, how you evaluate something, how you does something, that is attitude, right? See, actually attitude, what happens, it has become a negative word. Nowadays, everybody says he is having an attitude. That means it's negative tone. No, it's a highly wrong. Attitude is a neutral word. If you want to say that, you have to say that that man is having a bad attitude, right? Or you can say it's a rude attitude. Attitude is a neutral word. Attitude is how you react. Simple. That's all. So if you want to say he is having a good attitude, hereafter add one adjective to the attitude and use. That is the right way to say. Otherwise, like stress. We are using stress in a negative tone. Stress is also exactly neutral word. If you want to make it is a negative shade, you should say distress. You are distressed, right? So like that. Attitude is a good thing. It is not a bad thing. So it is acting upon the values you behave, right? So what is this? Affect, behavioral intentions, and cognitions. All the three are the base of attitude. What is this affect? How your act is going to have a consequence. And what is the intention of your behavior? See, sometimes you may be moving your hand like this and it has become a slap, right? But it is not that you wanted to slap. Maybe you wanted to stop a slap from other person, right? So the intention of the act and the cognition, what you really want to do, how you want to react, all these three together is the attitude, right? What I want, I need to earn money. That is a need I want. Cognition, I will be happy. What is the result of it? I will be happy. So these three is a real, what do you say, three things. That is the base of all your actions, right? So hereafter, once again I'm telling you, if you want to make it a technique, when you want to do an important action, do something very important decision you are implementing, think about this. What you want, what is the consequence of it? What would be the cognition of that? Whether the behavioral will be enough to do that. Are you able to understand? So this is all about attitude. The next one. Cognitive dissonance theory. This is another one. Dissonance theory. This is related to this, values and attitudes, right? So your beliefs are made up of these two. Your value, so you act upon, you believe that, right? Values, attitudes, belief. This is how every day for you goes, right? But sometimes what happens, there is a dissonance between your cognition, right? You think that this is right, but you act at the opposite side, right? When this consistency and coordination between these three is disturbed, what happens? We have a conflict in our mind. Because you believe in something. Why you believe in something? Because you value that thing. But what happens? Your attitude is different. You are acting in some other way, right? Why that happens? A dissonance between your cognition. So what happens? What do you say? A conflict happens between your mind and your action. This results in a change of behavior. If you are able to handle that dissonance properly, you are able to understand. Okay, see, for example, I given you an example. Telling lies is bad, but I lied. When you are able to come peace with it, see why I lied because of this thing. You will be able to keep your values and attitudes safely. You are sane. But the conflict is more and you are not able to make yourself calm, make peace with yourself. Are able to understand? You are two now. Your personality is two now. What you believe, what you act. If you are able to make peace with these two, you are good. If you are not able to make peace with these two, what happens? The conflict arises, your behavior changes. Right? So try to understand your behavior first. Try to analyze your behavior based on these theories. I know these are actually complex theories, takes a lot of time to teach as well as understand. But due to our time crunch, I'm trying my level best to deliver it to you. So what I would request you is go through it slowly, practice it one day at a time, one step at a time, one theory for 1 week. Like that, if you are able to do, you will be able to understand your behavior. Then you will understand your personality, your characteristics, right? So when you are able to do that, it will become easy to understand the other person. Now you will know why that person is acting on that, what kind of personality he has, what kind of values he has. It will be very interesting, then it will be like you are looking at a film or show. You will not react to that people. You will be just enjoying the view that, okay, they are acting like this because of this. So let them cool down for a minute, then we can talk. So you will have that maturity, emotional stability when you are able to understand all these things and practice, right? So now if you have any doubts, you can ask, then we'll wind up the session. We'll meet next week. Have any doubts?
Thank you, ma'am. It's very interesting.
Yes, Prasanna?
Thank you. It was very interesting topic.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you
a lot.
very much. Thank you.
We'll go deep into it, and then if you have time, we can discuss it further.
Yeah, sure. I'll see to that. I'm trying my level best. If there is any possibility, we will see in future sessions. If there is any easy topics, we will move it and we can come back to this.
मैम ये जो इसकी PPTs हैं ये कहाँ अवेलेबल होंगी जो आप पढ़ा रहे हैं?
Sorry, Taranpreet, can you speak a little bit louder? I'm not able to hear you.
मैम ये जो PPTs हैं जिसके थ्रू आप पढ़ा रहे हैं,
Okay.
ये कहाँ पे अवेलेबल हो जाएंगी?
No, these are actually, as I told you, these are teaching tools, not learning tools. Okay. See, I have made these PPTs to assist me, right?
Ma'am, but you assisting me also, na? All others also.
But why I'm a little bit hesitant to give this, usually what the students do, they read only this. They are not taking up the book because this is not exhaustive. I'm not taking up all the points. So if you are giving me assurance that you will take it only for assistance and you will study it deeply, I will give. There is nothing wrong. I think this is already uploaded. If whoever wants, I will type my...
मैम आपसे पहले जितने भी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर आए हैं उन्होंने कहा हम अपलोड कर देंगे पर किसी ने किया नहीं अभी तक.
Because there is a server problem, we are not able to do that. That is why I am giving you the email ID in chat box.
जी मैम please.
Okay, you send me a request, I will give you the PPT. I have given you the email ID of me and even my phone number. As I am
मैम दोबारा से बताइएगा.
It is there in the chat box. You copy it. The chat box. And this is my official number. As I am a faculty of DDE, if you have any doubts in DDE also, you can call me in this number. If I am available, I'll reach. Okay.
जी मैम.
That is my mail ID and the phone number. You can contact me.
Ma'am, do we have any case study for this subject also?
Yes, you have case studies for all the papers. There is no exception. All the 20 papers you have case study.
मैम ईमेल दिख नहीं रहा आपका, कहाँ है मैम?
Chat box पे देखिए, it is there.
जी मैम.
Dr. Punita?
Yes?
I'm Jennifer actually. I had a doubt regarding the case studies. If we are making it, how do we get guidance from you and how do we submit it?
No, case studies, I mean, it will be in your examination, not you have to give case studies to us.
Okay.
Case
That was my
study,
query.
it will be a part of your question paper. You have 3 parts of question paper, A, B, C.
Yeah.
A will be short, B will be descriptive, and C is mandatory. Don't forget, you have to answer the C part. At least try writing that. Because sometimes, when you reach some 40, 45 marks, we need somewhere to give you grace marks to pull you through 50. Many students are not giving that option. They are not writing C part at all. So we feel very bad. So if you just attend that case study, write something, whatever you know about the subjects, you might get grace marks of 2, 3 at least, which will help you in passing through the subject. So never skip the case study, right? And if time permits, however, I think already I have taught you one case study last class, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if possible, I will teach you how to do the case study in future classes also. Okay.
Ma'am,
you have to write the case studies. All the papers are case study questions. Yes.
Doctor, one more thing. For hospital management,
Yes.
in the portal that we are having to check the question bank, there we are not having any question bank for hospital management.
Yeah,
Where do we get it?
Yeah, I understand. Your course has been relaunched lately. That is why you are not having the third and fourth semester question papers. I think you are second batch. You might be having in next semester when your seniors write the third semester, right?
Okay.
Right.
And one more
When
thing.
will the next class,
One by
madam?
one,
Same
please.
Saturday, Sunday.
Sangeeta.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I was looking at the textbook and I can see that there are lots of case studies and questions given.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we? I did read it, but I kind of don't know how to solve it. So
Yeah, that's why I told you. You can follow those 4 steps I told you. Identify the problem, analyze, recommend, conclude. You are able to do. You see, I would suggest that this is practice. See, wherever you find a problem, it is maybe a real life problem in the advertisements or in the TV, newspaper, wherever you see, or in your home. If you come across a problem, take that problem, right? Analyze it. See what is the real problem. Analyze. You yourself recommend something. Come to a conclusion, right? You start doing this in your mind at least for some time. That will become a format of how you operate. It will become very easy. See, what is a case study? Case study is a problem where you have to find a good solution. There is no best solution for any case study, only better solutions. So I think
Doctor, so you're telling that there are no correct answers for the case study. They are the nearest better options.
Yes, that's all. That too, as we are learning perception,
like you told, how we perceive these things depend on that how we write the case
But
studies.
remember,
how we
Sangeeta,
perceive.
this applies only for theory papers. If it is like a accounts paper or maths paper or such papers, a problem is given to you, there is only one answer to that, right? So these are theoretical
But
case
ma'am,
studies.
but we can can you by the end of the class can you two of the case studies at least can you give an answer or something? I don't know.
Sure. I'm planning that maybe next week, Saturday itself, we will have that. I will allocate so that we can have 15 to 20 minutes on discussion of case study, right? We will know
the ones in the textbooks, ma'am. Can you give at least two of them? Some kind of date so that we can understand how to solve.
I remember you asked for one query, changing mail or name. That is solved.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, right. And I think you have my mail ID. You send me whichever case you want to discuss in the class.
Yes, ma'am.
Send me the page number or the case so that next Saturday, I assure you, we will discuss that particular case, right?
Thank you, ma'am. Like I understand that the case and all, but no idea how to
we can do
get
that.
to okay. Just one example, if you give, probably from that all of that all the other case we can kind of this is how we have to follow.
Prasanna, you have one question, right? What is that?
No. Next week we'll be having we'll continue with the classes, no, madam. Our subjects.
Yes. We have all the 8 days, 12 to 1.
Okay.
Right. Yes, Krishna Kanta.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, any tentative dates for this semester, because we are already running as per admission for 2-4 months late.
Now we have come to line. This January admissions UGC have brought to line, so we are admitted in January. So hopefully UGC will give us time by June itself. So next exam viewers will be by June, and after that I hope it will be exactly on those dates. June and December will be exams. January and June will be admissions. That will be clear cut hereafter. Because of pandemic, this all got confused. Now it has come to a line. So you will be writing by maybe June, around June, I think. Right? Okay.
Ma'am, if we have missed your class.
Yes, Taranpreet.
मैडम सेमेस्टर 1 के पेपर कब होंगे मैम? अप्रैल में कि जून में?
June. Maybe June, but we have to wait for the UGC's recommendations. We have to work on that, right? We will tell you. We will communicate with you. See, that is why we have conducted the classes now itself, so that it will be helpful.
Last Saturday professors जो बोल रहे थे कि अप्रैल में होंगे पेपर.
That's what there are to see, because as I told you, because of pandemic, we were adjusting all these examinations. This January admissions is the first time we have started the admission on time after 2-3 years maybe. So we are hoping that this has to be adjusted somehow. This 6 months gap has to be adjusted. So we are expecting anywhere from April to June. We don't know. Nobody knows. Yes. Next.
Ma'am?
Yes. Krupa Sutan Chinmay.
Ma'am, please let us discuss some more case study examples by next week itself,
Yeah,
so that
I
we can
understand. As
learn.
Sangeeta also asked, next week we will cut down the theory part and we will have a lot of time for case study.
Okay, so that we can learn and write the answer.
Yeah, okay. Weekend tours and bayan.
Ma'am, if I have missed the previous classes that you have taken, do we get the online recordings to like just back up?
Recordings are there, but once again, like question papers and the PPTs, I'm not very sure there is a cloud space available. There are a lot of things uploaded in the university. Downloads and uploads are there. So that is why sometimes we get the space crunch. We are not able to upload whatever we need to do. So we will be looking into that matter. If possible, we will do that. Okay.
As far as the study material is concerned, the one that we've received in the form of those textbooks through our mail, do you think that should suffice, or we'll need more?
I don't get your question, Nikhil. What is that you are asking? Whether
Will you recommend reference book, extra reference book? That is what he's.
Yeah, it is there in your study materials itself. Reference books are there under the syllabus. If you see, if you want, you can refer to those books. But your study material, particularly for this subject and all, are well cured. So and actually, we try to defined it more. So only for updations you have to. For updated reality, you can go for few reference books. And that too, if you're not able to you're not able to get the books, you can go for Google Books. Don't go to Google search, go to Google Books. So some reputed books will be there from the publishers. Fewer concepts are available for free. You can refer that. That will be always helpful. It is up to your interest. I'll be more than happy. If you are nearby in Pondicherry, I will give you books myself. I'll give you reference books myself. Those who are in and around here, if you want, you can come meet and get books for studying. Right?
Where should I meet you in the university, ma'am?
It is the DDE building. If you have to come to the second gate, in the main building itself, I am in the ground floor. You can ask for our names. We have 3 faculty available. You can ask for our names and come meet us.
Okay, ma'am.
Right?
Ma'am, will we receive reference books also for this?
What is it, Krupa? Say it aloud.
Ma'am, will we receive the reference books also by post rather than like the study materials also?
No. See, actually, reference books you have, we have a practice of sending 4 textbooks, that is reference books from reputed publisher. Like it will be like the books available in the market. So you will be receiving it soon. Before you go to the second semester, we will be sending you some 4 reference books which will be useful for your second semester. That is a practice DD uses for long 11-12 years. That is for your safe keep. You can keep it after your MBA course also. They will be very good books. It is included in your study material fee itself.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, regarding the exams,
Yes.
it is a direct exam. We have to go and report in the center and write down the exam, right,
Yes,
ma'am?
of course. It's offline exams now. You have to go to the center and write.
We'll go and do. One more thing is that I am staying in Bangalore. I have studied in Pondicherry for my UG. So if I want, I can come meet you, take the references that you're giving.
Exam centers are not strict, okay? You have to fill in exam forms every time you are going to write the exam. While filling the exam form, you can select a center wherever you want. Each exam you can write in different centers. That is not a problem. Only you have to clearly mention it in your exam form. After you have mentioned in your exam form, it cannot be changed for that particular session. Next session, you can change again.
Okay, every semester we can write in different locations.
You can write in different areas, no problem.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Only for defense personnel, even we give flexibility on that. See, once they have selected Bangalore, they got posted in other place, they can write wherever they are.
Okay, ma'am.
Only to them we give that option. Nagakumaran, you asked something.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, for semester 8 classes, exercise classes, ma'am.
Only 8 classes per paper. So you will be having 40 classes for one semester.
Okay.
Right? There are no excessive classes. These are like, actually these are facilitation classes only. You are supposed to prepare by yourself and we will be facilitating if you have any doubts. But in my experience, it never happens. So I too have changed myself. My behavior have changed because of your attitude. Can you see that? External factors. I changed my behavior and my pattern is changed. I also started teaching instead of facilitating. So I am trying to complete the syllabus as much as possible. But the philosophy of this class is that you people would have studied and you would come to the class. So it will be like facilitating you to learn by your own. That is the philosophy behind the PCP class. Okay, right. So with that, I think all the doubts are clear. So can we wind up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank
we will
you.
meet in the next week, okay? Saturday, 12 o'clock. Thank you for patient listening. I know I'm very happy to have all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Now it's break time, right? Hi. Now it's break or no?
How long is the break?
It starts at 2. After this is no break.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So in the last class that we had yesterday, we had discussed about production analysis, and that is where we had ended. And primarily, we were discussing about the production function, short run production function, long run production function, and what are the various criteria to be considered when we are looking at production analysis. We also talked about law of variable proportions, and finally we had ended when we talked about the equilibrium position or the equilibrium point that basically happens when the isoquant, which basically denotes the level of production, is tangential. It just touches, you understand tangential, so it just touches the isocost line, which denotes the cost incurred in incurring that production. So given the total outlay, by outlay I mean the total amount of resources, especially in terms of money and other physical units. So given the total resources and the total cost which has to be incurred in meeting or garnering those resources, putting together those resources, that will be defined by the ISO cost line. And given that ISO cost line, how much maximum can you produce is given by the ISO quant, and the tangential point determines the equilibrium. And in the long run, when we have a very long period over which production has to occur, you remember we also talked about expansion path, which basically is the locus or the points, a line which joins all the points across the various isocost lines which are tangential to the isoquants. And finally we had a talk about um, the returns to scale. So in returns to scale, we talked about the fact that if we consider a Cobb-Douglas production function, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
I thought that it's maybe fine. Thank you. So if we are considering a Cobb-Douglas production function, basically, if you remember, these are the things that I'm discussing already. Now, in this case, if we are considering a generic Cobb-Douglas production function, which looks something like uh, yeah, this, wherein we have Q, which is output as a function of A, which is nothing but a constant which denotes the total factor productivity, L, which is the units of labor, raised to the power alpha. This alpha is basically the elasticity of output with respect to labor input. So if labor increases by alpha units, if by 1 unit, then Q will increase by alpha percentage, right? And similarly, if capital increases by 1%, Q output will increase by beta percentage. So that's the basic idea here. Now, if the sum of alpha and beta, if the sum of these elasticities is equal to 1, as you can see in the case on the screen, we say that it's a case of constant returns to scale, right? So if alpha plus beta equals to 1, it's a case of constant returns to scale. If alpha plus beta is less than 1, as you can see in this case where, let me come here. So when L is raised to 0.3, K is raised to 0.5, the sum is less than 1, and therefore it's diminishing returns to scale. And when we have alpha plus beta greater than 1, then we have increasing returns to scale. So depending on the type of production function that is being considered and depending on the returns to scale that we have assumed, we will have a different level of production. Now in all these analysis that we had done, now I'm just keeping the screen for some time so that yesterday this is where we had ended, and a bit quickly, so you can maybe just have a look, and I will talk about the next topic that we are going to start. Now, the entirety of the production analysis, as I had mentioned yesterday to you, was dependent on three parts. As if you remember, that first part is that you determine the output that you have to produce, but at the same time, for producing that output, what are the inputs that you have to use. Now, when we are using those inputs, so first part is to procure those inputs. Now, when you are procuring those inputs, whatever the inputs be it land, be it labor, be it capital, be it managerial skills, be it entrepreneurship, which is basically we are using the managerial skills as a better version of talking about entrepreneurship, or any other factor of production as inputs. When we consider, we have to incur certain cost. Yes.
Sir, will you please show the slideshow, sir? It's not visible to clear.
Okay.
Slightly blurred, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not talking about what is there on the slide right now, but I have kept this slide just for you to have a look at of the last discussion that we had. Now, I'm talking about something that we had discussed yesterday in the very beginning, that every production process has three stages. One is to get the inputs, second is to do the actual production process, and finally to sell it in the market to get some money from that sale proceed. Okay, now when you have to decide on the amount of inputs that you are buying or you have to procure for the production process, what do you have to do? You have to incur some cost in procuring that input. Okay, so we need to incur, any firm, any production unit that is working, that is in operation, has to incur a level of some amount of cost when they start with. And it's not only that they have to incur a cost when they start, but throughout the entire period that they exist, that they are in existence, that they are actually doing the production process, whenever they have to incur, whenever they have to procure inputs, whenever they have to get inputs, they have to pay some money to buy those inputs. So there is a cost involved. Now, there is production which has happened, and we talked about it yesterday. And finally, when the production has happened, you sell it in the market to get some revenue. So today what we are going to do is that we are going to discuss these other two parts of the production process, which is cost as well as the revenue. So yesterday we had discussed about production. Today we are going to talk about cost analysis as well as revenue analysis. I hope that's clear to you. So what I'll do is that I'll move to the next slide and keep it in full mode. Can you see the slides now, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll discuss about costs as well as revenue today. Now, basically, as I had mentioned to you, all of you just now, that production and cost analysis basically constitute the supply side of the market, because it is the producer, it is the owner of that firm, it is the production manager who decides on the fundamentals of how much do they need to produce by incurring what level of expenditure or what level of costs in the first place. Therefore, by deciding on how much they are going to produce by employing certain amount of inputs, thereby incurring a certain amount of expenditure and cost, that determine how much are they going to supply in the market. So that determines the supply side of the market. What is the other side of the market is the demand side. Now, who determines demand? The final consumers like you and me, right? So if a particular commodity has been produced, say suppose if cars have been produced in the market, it's not the firms who decide that what will be the level of demand that their output will face. It is the end consumers who will decide that, okay, I will demand more of a certain car and less of another car. So that demand side is not determined by the producers, but it is determined by the consumers. What producers determine is the supply side. So please always remember that producers control the supply side of the market, consumers control the demand side of the market. And you know that basic fundamental thing, that equilibrium occurs at the intersection of demand and supply. Anyway, moving ahead. Now, when we are deciding about production analysis, when we are talking about the supply side of the overall production process, we have already talked about production analysis yesterday, which mainly dealt with how much units of output do we need to produce by taking what units of input. So everything that we were talking about yesterday were in physical terms, largely in physical terms, as in, okay, we will be producing, say, 10 tons of 10 metric tons of rice, or 10 metric tons of wheat. Now, to produce 10 metric tons of wheat, what is the man days of labor that will go in? Then how much amount of capital will be employed? Okay, so all these things were largely in some physical units that we were talking, except barring capital, which anyway is in monetary terms. But if we convert all these physical units in monetary units, in rupee terms, in terms of whatever monetary currency that you think of, rupee, dollar, pound, euro, anything, then we come to what we call as cost analysis, that at what cost. So suppose if I'm employing 10 units or 10 man hours of labor per day, then what is the cost of employing that 10 man hours of labor? Or what will it be equal to? Say, suppose 1 man hour of labor comes at say 200 rupees, then 10 man hours of labor will come at 2000 rupees, right? So in that case, the cost of labor will not be defined in terms of physical units of labor, but in terms of monetary units of labor. So that is the cost of labor that we'll consider. Then we will have the cost of capital. So how much of capital you have infused. Say, suppose if you have infused 1 lakh worth of capital, then it's not only that 1 lakh worth of capital you are putting, there might be some opportunity cost of that capital also. That means for getting that 1 lakh worth of capital, you might have borrowed this capital at 10% interest rate. So you might be, the actual worth of that capital will be 1 lakh rupees, which you have borrowed, plus 10,000 rupees maybe, which you have paid as the interest on that, right? So if you have not borrowed, then you could have alternatively taken this 1 lakh rupee of capital and not invested in whatever you are investing in. Like basically, say, suppose you are producing, let's take, you are opening a juice shop. So you need an initial capital of 1 lakh rupees. So instead of putting that 1 lakh rupees in a juice shop, what you could have done, that same 1 lakh rupees, you could have put in bank and or maybe in a mutual fund or any share market equities and got some return on that. So there is an opportunity cost of capital also. So when we talk of cost of capital, there are a lot of different costs which are involved in that. Now, the entire analysis that we undertake, where we consider the cost incurred in undertaking the production process, or the cost incurred in the supply side for the producer, is all included in the cost analysis. Now, how do we define cost in general? So cost may be defined as the sacrifice. So I'm just reading it so that you can understand verbatim, in a verbatim way. So cost may be defined as a sacrifice or foregoing which has already occurred or has the potential to occur in future with an objective to achieve a specific purpose measured in monetary terms. So either it's a sacrifice which has already occurred. So I've already invested, taken 1 lakh rupees and I have opened a shop, or I'm planning to put 1 lakh rupees in a shop and open a shop. So it can be what has already occurred or which we are planning to put in the future, with what is the objective for a specific purpose. It's not that we are just keeping 1 lakh rupees and it is sitting idle. It's not a cost. Okay. But if I'm putting it for any production, let's take specific purpose, let's take it as production. So when we are using a certain amount of money and we are utilizing it for production, then we say that that's the specific purpose that we are referring to. Okay. And it's very important to understand cost of production or cost of incurring any sort of business activity, because it basically sets the floor to determine what price are you going to charge for the final product that you are product that you produce. Because you know the basic fundamental that you don't want to sell your products at a loss. So suppose if you have incurred a cost of 100 rupees, you will want to sell your output at anything beyond or above 100 rupees. So 100 rupees is like the floor price.
You don't want to sell below 100 rupees. If you sell at 100, it's a no profit, no loss situation. But if you sell below 100, what happens? You will be incurring a loss. So for any production unit, for any business firm, not only a production unit, for any business firm that we think of, it's very, very important that we analyze the cost side of the entire production before we actually undertake the production process. We have an idea of cost, so we are able to estimate costs, and then we can always keep on revising the cost estimates as we move ahead. But it's important to have a basic understanding that how much of cost are we going to incur in this production process. And then say, suppose if the cost you might have, if someone of you are aware of the mining industry, then you will be aware of the fact that they say that yes, we do have certain reserves of say iron ore in a particular area, but it is not viable to explore that iron ore reserves. Why? Because the cost involved in exploring, in mining that iron ore will be much more than the money or the revenue that we get when it is processed and finally sold as steel or whatever finished product. So always and always it is important that we analyze the costs before we undertake the production process. So we'll next move to understanding some different types of cost, that concepts of cost that we generally see in the literature and that you might hear of. First thing is the economic cost. Now, economic cost is nothing but the cost, what we talk in general sense, the money value of anything that we are referring to. In that sense, it is also the opportunity cost, that the same example which I had given you right now. So either if you want 1 lakh rupees to open a juice shop, then this 1 lakh rupees can either come from your own resources or from some financer. So if you are taking it from a financer, let's take it from a bank, you might be paying 10% interest rate on that. So there is an opportunity cost incurred in that, which is 10% that you are paying. Alternatively, if you are taking your own funds and putting in the money in opening that juice shop, there is an opportunity cost of that. That means you could have not used this 1 lakh in opening the juice shop, but alternatively you could have put it in the market and got some money which might be 10%, 12%, anything. So there is always an opportunity cost associated there. Now the economic costs, basically the actual cost of production that we talk about, are divided into two types. One is the explicit cost and the other one is the implicit cost. Explicit cost is basically the cost which we are actually incurring while making payments to the factors of production that we have hired or that we have bought for it for undertaking the production process. Say suppose if in that juice shop I have if I have taken the services of 2 laborers, and the salary that I'm paying to those 2 laborers, say suppose one is involved in managing the that means doing the kitchen work, and the other one is involved in doing the service, then the salary that I'm paying to them is basically the explicit cost that I'm incurring. The rent that I pay on that shop that I have taken is the explicit cost that I have incurred. The machine, the juicer, and all other things that I'm purchasing, fruits that I'm purchasing, inputs that I'm buying, the money which I'm paying on that is the explicit cost. But there is also some implicit cost which is incurred. Now, when I'm managing that shop, I am directly not taking any money on that. But instead of managing that shop, what I could have done, I could have been involved in some other job or some other thing. So there is an implicit cost which basically comes from my own being associated with that business. Alternatively, you can think of it that suppose if I have not taken the shop on rent, but it is my own property on which I am running that shop, so I'm not paying the rent, but there is an implicit rent which accrues to the space that I'm using for running that business. So there are certain implicit costs also. Further, those machines that I'm using for extracting juice, they will undergo depreciation slowly, because over a period of time that those machines will become useless. So there is a depreciation cost for which you are not paying directly, but you have to incur that cost it's being incurred in an implicit way. It's not visible, but invisibly there is a cost involved. So all those places wherein you have to make a payment is the explicit cost, but where the payment is not done but it is assumed to incur because it is invisible, then those are implicit costs. So but one thing, please understand the last line which is written, that but all cash payments are not costs. So wherever you make a payment is not always the cost. Say suppose a large business firm which is which is listed on the stock market, and it has issued equities. Now they have gained some profit. Now from that profit, what do? They will pay some dividend to all their shareholders. Now this payment of dividend is a cash payment, but that's not a cost which they are incurring. It's basically sharing of the profit which they have incurred in the first place. So in that case, please remember that not all cash payments are costs. Okay, so all the costs can be divided into explicit and implicit costs, but all cash payments are not costs. Okay, cash payments can be done which are beyond the concept of incurring costs. Okay, I hope you would have understood some basic concepts here. Moving ahead, we have another few concepts. First is the historical cost. Say suppose if I am purchasing a computer, okay, for or let's take, we have purchased a Xerox machine, a photocopying machine at the I'm running a photocopy shop, and I have purchased this machine from say Canon, and this machine costed me some 1.5 lakh rupees, and I had purchased a machine way back in 2019. So the cost which I had incurred in 2019 of 1.5 lakh rupees of purchasing that machine is the historical cost that I have incurred. But if I want to purchase the same machine today in 2023, today March 2023, if I have to purchase that machine, the same machine will cost me 2 lakh rupees. Same machine, as in same specification, same everything, will cost me 2 lakh rupees. So the replacement cost of that machine is 2 lakh. The historical cost of that machinery is 1.5 lakh. Okay. Replacement cost is basically an idea that if you want to replace the currently existing machinery or currently existing physical unit or anything of the same specification, that then what cost will be incurred on that. Then we have the concept of incremental cost. Incremental cost is basically akin to variable cost. So incremental costs are those costs which we have to incur as the output increases. So with change in output, if cost is also changing, that is what we call as incremental cost. Okay, say suppose the cost involved in purchasing labor as well as purchasing those fruits for the fruit juice shop that might have opened. Then we have sunk costs. Sunk costs are those costs which do not depend on output. Say suppose I have already purchased a parcel of land, and on this parcel of land I have constructed a factory or a machinery, whatever I have set up, and I am incurring I'm running my business. So the cost which was incurred in purchasing that land in the first place is the sunk cost, and you can also think of it as the fixed cost. Okay, now one thing is very important to understand: the difference between
Sir, kindly explain again sunk cost.
Okay, see, mainly the idea of sunk cost are those type of costs which is not a function of output. Basically, even if your output increases or if you have zero output, you have to incur some amount of sunk cost. You have, while before you opened say suppose before you construct a factory, you would have to pay an amount of money to the architect who will be designing your factory. Mm-hmm. You will have to pay some money for those regulatory bodies who will give you those certifications. You will have to pay some money in buying that purchase or leasing that the parcel of land on which it has been done. So all those costs have to be incurred irrespective of the fact that you start your business or you actually produce an output or not. So even if output is produced or if it is not produced,
sir, it is sunk cost. Sir,
Yes.
Sir, its sunk cost is similar to bribery or something.
Pardon? I cannot hear you clearly.
Sir, is sunk cost is similar to bribery or something?
Bribery.
Yes, sir.
See, let me tell you one
That
thing.
does not depend on output, so that.
No, see, if we talk in economic terms, one thing is very important to understand, that in economics, we only and only consider directly for accounting purposes. For accounting purposes, for GDP calculation, for any sort of accounting purposes, we only consider those monetary transactions which are legal in nature.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, so in that case, even if you think of the bribe that you have given, you cannot enter it in your books of accounts, right?
But sir, I forget that rule.
Yeah. So in that case, even though it is a sunk cost, but in your actual accounting, it cannot be accounted for.
We can't tell officially.
Pardon?
जी सर, मतलब officially नहीं बोल पाएंगे.
Yes. You cannot officially claim that it is, and you cannot discount for that cost finally when, say, suppose you are claiming for some benefit or some sort of tax concession.
जी.
Okay. So in that case, it's different. Now, I think I had already talked about this. Expenditure versus cost. Now, there is a distinction between what is cost and what is an expenditure. So here, if you can understand, like I just talked about the fact that all the cash payments are not costs, but all the money that you pay can be counted as expenditure. For that reason, taxes that you pay, it's an expenditure, but it's not directly a cost, right? So the tax that you are paying, the dividend that you are paying, all these are accounted as part of expenditure. So the overall amount of money that you pay out from your firm, which are accounted on your books of accounts, either as payments in any form, are all part of expenditure, but not the entire expenditure. Like I would say that expenditure is a large set. Cost is a subset of the overall expenditure. So the amount of money which goes into procuring the inputs required for your production is the cost. But not every money that you spend on your business firm is cost. It's all part of expenditure. Okay. Then these are some regular concepts that you understand, that we have fixed cost, variable cost. So incremental cost is basically the variable cost, which changes with change in output. Fixed cost is akin or synonymous, I would say, to the sunk cost, which basically does not change with the change in output. Then we have private cost and social cost. Now, this particular concept has become quite relevant in the recent years because of the fact of the existence of externalities. Now, private cost is basically the cost which is incurred by an individual firm itself, the total amount of money which, or say, suppose the cost which a firm is incurring in procuring whatever inputs. But there are certain costs which are also incurred by the society in the as a whole. So you understand that, like, say, right now we stay in, I am staying in Pondicherry. Now, when I'm staying in Pondicherry, next to our university, there is a chemical factory. Now, that chemical factory over the years has been dumping its effluents or waste materials in the water bodies and underground deep wells they have made, and they're putting. Now, what has happened? The amount of money which is incurred, cost which is incurred by that particular firm in just, offloading their waste is the private cost which they incur. Okay. But the negative effect of that affluent or the waste in the entire area over a longer period of time, which is happening, is the social cost which others are bearing. So if you add the private cost plus the total social cost, plus the total social cost that they are doing, then we get the total cost which is coming from that particular firm. Okay, so it's not that externalities are always bad. So suppose a firm is set up and then it is polluting the environment, there will be a positive social cost which the society has to pay because of the pollution. But there are negative social costs also. So suppose if a certain firm is involved in their CSR activities and it is helping the people to provide free education, health care, so there is a negative social cost which the society incurs as part of positive externality. Okay. Then we have total cost. So I'll talk about these three concepts later. Finally, we have long run cost and short run cost. This also I'll discuss in detail as we go ahead. Now, the basic idea is that the short run costs are akin to short run production functions, and therefore, in the short run, the cost will be a function of the output produced mainly due to the variable factor which changes. So the cost incurred in procuring the variable factor and producing that output is the short run cost. And but in the long run, what happens, more and more factors of production are being employed to produce more and more of output, and therefore in the long run the cost incurred is more than what is incurred in the short run. Now, when we talk about all these costs and the different concept of cost, we'll have to some way find a way to measure the cost, to account for that cost, and that we do through the use of cost functions. And the way we measure them is through the use of cost function. And here we make a basic assumption, and the assumption is that whenever any firm procures certain amount of input, that input will be necessarily used for producing an output, and therefore that output production, the production of output, is the main economic activity for which we are incurring a cost. I'll repeat again. The main assumption, the basic assumption here is that procuring of inputs is done to produce output, and therefore the cost incurred in the first place is mainly due to the fact that the firm wants to produce a certain level of output. Hence, cost is defined as a function of output that is being produced. It's not, so we are ruling out that idea that you are just procuring inputs, but you are not actually producing anything. We assume that whenever you procure inputs, you use those inputs to produce output, and therefore cost is a function of the output that is being produced. I hope that's clear to all of you. And therefore we say that Q is a function, C is a function of Q, where C is the cost and Q is the level of output which is being produced. Now, cost can be a function of various different factors. It can be a function of the government regulations, for example, taxes, interests which are prevailing in the market, and so on and so forth. And it can also be a function of the type of production activity that you are undertaking, if it is a risky production, or if it's a normal production, if it's a service, or if it's a manufacturing. We can have different variables that can be brought in the cost function, but we are combining all of them as part of Q, assuming that the rise in the level of output will will necessitate more and more procurement of inputs, and therefore cost. Therefore, C is a function of Q. Now we come to these concepts of total fixed cost, variable cost, and total cost itself. Now, what is a fixed cost? As we have already discussed, fixed costs are those costs which do not vary with output. Say, suppose the cost incurred in procuring a production unit like a plant, or a machinery, or equipment, or land. So all those things that come at one go, and you do not incur money in purchase, in changing their, or what do you say, like say if I have to buy this Xerox machine, I'll spend 1.5 lakhs today and purchase it. But as it does not depend on if I'm making 10 copies or 100 copies or 1,000 copies or 2,000 copies. I have already purchased that machinery worth of 1 lakh, and it is there, and the cost that is incurred in purchasing that Xerox machine is irrespective of the output that I am producing. And therefore, as you can see on the graph, if we have quantity on the x-axis, costs on the y-axis, TFC is a straight line which is parallel to x-axis, and it indicates that at a given level, say suppose the value which TFC takes along the y-axis is the amount of the fixed cost which has been incurred, and it does not change as quantity changes. Then we have the total variable cost, which changes with the change in in output produced. And as you can see, that variable cost shows a S-shaped curve. It shows an S-shaped curve. Why it shows an S-shaped curve? Because if you can remember from yesterday's analysis, if I take you quickly here for a second, so I have kept this open. Yeah. So if you can see here, in this curve, this was the graph of total product, and this is basically the total output. I hope you are able to see. I know that it might not be very clear, but in this graph, so in this graph, what do you see? That in stage one, as you keep on giving limited inputs, the output increases at a higher rate, right? So that is increasing returns that we say. So during that period of increasing returns, what happens to cost? What will happen to cost? With increase in the output produced, the increase in cost will increase at a decreasing rate. So you see that in the first part, the cost curve increases, but it is increasing at a decreasing rate. So I hope you might understand that if the curve, if you look at this one, it is increasing. So in this case, the curve is increasing at an increasing rate from O till E. In OE, it is increasing, or even till F, it is increasing at an increasing rate. It is consistent with costs increasing at a decreasing rate, because what will happen if you give 10 units, if you are incurring 10 units of cost, it will give you an output which is more than 10 units of cost, and hence you will have to incur lesser cost for more outputs. Okay. So as quantity of output produced increases, the cost incurred also increases, but at a decreasing rate. Beyond a level, what happens when we come to stage 2, you can see that the output is increasing, product is increasing at a decreasing rate. Okay. And it is consistent with the cost increasing at an increasing rate. So the S-shaped curve of the total variable cost curve is basically a mirror image. It's a mirror image of the total product curve, which follows a law of variable proportions. Okay. Now, when you add the TFC and TVC, total variable cost and total fixed cost, what you get is the total cost, which is also of the shape of total variable cost, because of the same reason that we have just stated. And it is nothing but, it's like a parallel shift to the TVC curve, and the difference between the parallel difference, or I would say the perpendicular distance between TC and TVC is the level of TFC. But please understand, all these things I'm talking about in the short run right now. And if you can relate, the law of variable cost that we had discussed yesterday is also relevant only for the short run production. Okay. So we are talking about short run curves right now. So this is the shape. And if you can, if anyone can just quickly tell me that if TVC is S-shaped curve, what might be the polynomial fit? If you understand maths, and if you're coming from math or engineering background, you will understand that what might be the polynomial order of TVC curve. Is it linear? Is it quadratic? Is it cubic? Or is it fourth order? Can anyone try telling me? If TVC is looking like an S-shaped curve and it is changing at 2 points, so there is a point of inflection here, and there is also a point of inflection here. So there are 2 points of inflection that you see. So what will be the polynomial fit order of polynomial of TVC and TC curve? Okay, no one. Then okay, so just let me give you an idea. So this is cubic in nature. So whenever you see cost curves, generally, I won't say always, generally cost curves will be represented as a cubic function of output. Okay, cubic function of output, which is Q. Now, given the TC, TVC, TFC curve, we come to the next set of curves, which are the average fixed cost curve, average variable cost curve, average cost curve, and the marginal cost curve. And the basic fundamental things, you understand that fixed average is basically the total upon Q, and MC, which is marginal, is the change in TC upon change in Q. And you can see that the average costs and the marginal costs are all U-shaped curves. And one thing very important to note is that marginal cost curve will always cut the average variable cost and average cost curve at its minimum point. So MC will intersect AC and AVC curve at their minimum point. This is something which is very important to be noted. Moving ahead, this is basically just a summary of the total variable cost, total cost, and total fixed cost curve on the top panel, and the reflection of that, which is the marginal cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost, and average cost curve at the bottom panel. And what you can clearly see here, that at the when we are operating in the second stage, when the second stage is ending, the second stage of production is ending, that is the point where MC and AC intersect at its minimum point, where TVC and TFC are close to each other. Then we have the point where AFC, AVC intersect at MC. Okay, so these are some of the basic things to be taken note of. Nonetheless, we'll move here. Now, this is a very quick mathematical example I have taken for you to understand the relation that we were talking about. So suppose here we have given, suppose TC is given as 100 plus 50Q minus 11Q square plus Q cube. And here you can very clearly see the total cost, TC, is a function of Q, and it's a cubic function of Q. So you have the highest power of Q, which is 3. Now, when we have to calculate MC, AC, TFC, TVC, and AVC. So MC is basically the derivative. It's the differentiation of TC as a function of Q. So when I take the differentiation of TC with respect to Q, what do we get? MC is 50 minus 22Q plus 3Q square, which is basically the differentiation of the total cost curve, first order differentiation. Average cost is TC upon Q. So total cost upon the Q gives me the average cost. TFC is that amount of total cost which is incurred irrespective of the change in Q. So basically, if you put Q equals to 0 everywhere in the TC function, if I make Q as 0, 0, and 0 here, what is left out is 100. So you have to, the firm has to incur a cost of 100 irrespective of the fact that they are making any production or not. So TFC is 100. TVC is basically, if you remove this TFC, whatever is left, that variable part of the cost which changes with change in Q is the TVC. So TVC is 50 minus the same thing, just remove this 100 part. And AVC is again TVC upon Q. So this is the AVC. This is just a small numerical example for your understanding. Moving ahead from short run to long run, you understand the fact that in the long run, what happens? We keep on increasing the level of output. You remember isoquants keep on shifting in the long run. So the level of output keeps on rising in the long run. And therefore, with each level of output that is being produced in the short run, you have a given set of combination of AC and MC curve. So when the output produced is equivalent to Q0, which is in the short run, we are looking at SAC1 and MC1. SAC1 is the short run average cost curve and MC1 is the marginal cost curve. So suppose in period 1, we are incurring we are looking at SAC1 and MC1. Then we move to next period. Say suppose next year, the cost, the output will increase and therefore we will be looking at SAC2 and MC2. In period 3, after 3 years, we'll be looking at SAC2 and MC2. Now, what we do when we have to calculate LAC, LAC is basically an envelope. It's basically a combination of all these cost curves that are incurring, that we incur in the short run. So LAC or the long run average cost curve is basically an envelope of the various short-run average cost curve. So you can see that LAC, which is the thick line on the right-hand side panel, it encompasses, it envelops all the short-run average cost curves. And again, the basic idea that MC will intersect AC, marginal cost will intersect average cost at its minimum point. That is true, as you can see on the left hand side, for all the short run curves, and the same is also true for the long run curve. So this dashed line intersects, dashed line is the LMC, the long run marginal cost curve. It intersects the long run average cost curve at its minimum point. So please remember and keep a note that MC always intersects AC at its minimum point. Okay, be it short run cost curve or long run cost curve. Now this is again a summary of the long run cost curves and the short run long run cost curves in total cost, average cost and marginal cost terms. And here again you can see that long run total cost is an envelope of the various short run total costs. Similarly, long run average cost is an envelope of the various short run average costs. So in the even the total cost as well as the average cost, both are an envelope of the short run phenomena. Long run is an envelope of the short run phenomena. Now we have an important thing which we many a times discuss is the economies of scale. So what do we mean by economies of scale? So basically, as the basic idea is that as the size of the firm or the output, basically if the size of the firm increases, that means if the output increases, if the scale of operation or the output increases, what will happen? LAC or the average cost incurred in producing that output will fall. That is the basic fundamental. So if a firm is reaping, is incurring or is benefiting from the economies of scale, it means that with the increase in the output, average cost will decrease. And here I have listed some of the reasons for or sources of economies of scale. It can be due to specialization or indivisibility of the factors of production, or the fact that productivity has increased, or that the equipment maintenance has decreased. If the quality, if you are a very large firm, you can give quantity discounts without incurring much of a cost. So you can see that you will always have that, okay, buy one get one free sort of a thing. You can easily raise funds. Your sales promotion do not require. So everyone knows that if you want to buy instant noodle, you have to go and buy Maggie, and you don't have to. Maggie does not have to do so much of marketing for their regular products. Then innovations become easier. Management is better, and they are well equipped in their managerial skills because they have seen whatever problems that they have faced in the past, and they have improved on their standards and standard operating procedures, which can help them in reaping economies of scale. There can also be some diseconomies of scale, that if the plant size is very large, the transportation cost can increase. Or what will happen, that if you have too many, production units in various different parts of the country, you may not get the same type of labor in every production unit, and therefore what will happen, that you might incur some sort of diseconomies of scale. Further, if the size of the firm becomes too large, then there can be some coordination issues. Even though we are saying in the first place that managerial skills will improve, but many a times to implement those managerial abilities and to properly implement the SOPs, it becomes difficult to coordinate among the various units, and therefore there might be some diseconomies. By diseconomies we mean the long run average costs will increase with increase in output. So if LAC decreases with increase in output, it is economies of scale. But if LAC increases with increase in output, it is diseconomies of scale. So these are some of the types that we can look. So you can see in panel A, initially you have very early economies of scale, but you have a long period of diseconomies of scale. These are types of firms which are very ill managed. Panel B are that type of firms where you can have a very long economies of scale area, and then some at the end some diseconomy. So if you are there is always this concept, you might have heard of blue water and red water. So blue water is that area in which there are you don't have, it's a nascent field in which you are starting a new business. Or red water is that area wherein it's a like there are a lot of players and competitors that you have. So if you are starting your business in the blue water, then what will happen, very quickly you might start reaping economies of scale, and therefore you can go it for a very long period before you get into diseconomies. And finally, the in panel C, what do we see, that if the market has sort of saturated, then what will happen, initially there will be some economies of scale, but you cannot reap those economies of scale beyond a point, and therefore a flat region. But if the size of your operation becomes too large, there will be some diseconomies, which generally we don't want to incur. So if the market becomes too saturated, your product segment becomes too saturated, then this sort of LAC you might see, which is in panel C. Now, very quickly, we move to the next part of this discussion that we have, the revenue. So you have understood that in the first part, what do we do? I talked about three parts, right? So first thing is incurring inputs. That means procuring input and therefore incurring some cost on that. Then we have the second part, which is production, actual production by using the inputs to produce output. And finally, what do? We use that output to sell in the market and get some revenue. So we are coming now to the third part, which is the revenue. Now, all economic activities, irrespective of the fact what type of economic activity it may be, are all aimed at earning something positive at the end of the day, right? So you do not want to run any economic activity wherein you are incurring loss and wherein you are incurring loss in the long term at least, right? So you always want to have some positive earning. So revenue is basically earned by producers or sellers whenever they sell whenever they sell their goods and services that they have already produced or they are dealing with. Okay, and it's very important that we also take into consideration, as I had told, that before you actually begin the production process, costs have to be gauged, but we at the same time we also must have an understanding of what approximate idea of the revenue that our firms might get, so that we have some approximation of the profit or loss that our firm might be earning. And therefore revenue incurred earned, a comparison between revenue earned and cost is important to give an idea of the profit or loss. Now, when we look at some of the concepts of revenue, we have something called the total revenue. Total revenue is nothing but the overall money that you get from selling your goods and services. Say suppose you have 10 different types of output that you are producing. For example, let's take Supreme Furniture, right? Neel Kamal Furniture or Supreme, let's take Supreme Furniture, which manufactures various types of plastic products. It can be plastic table, chair, it can be a plastic tap, it can be a plastic cupboard or anything. So there can be, say, 10 different types of output which they are producing. And each output has a different price at which it is being sold in the market. So if I take the sum of all the output which is being produced, which is being sold, multiplied with the price at which it has been sold, that will give me the total revenue. So total revenue is nothing but price multiplied with the quantity sold. Now, the same thing, if we divide total revenue by the total quantity actually sold. So here again the idea is Q is the output, which is again the sales. Nonetheless, we also define Q as the amount of output which is being sold. If we consider the concept of inventories, because if you have inventories, you might not be selling whatever you produce. So here Q, in this case, Q is that amount of output which is being sold in the market. Okay. So if we have AR is TR by Q, and if you see from the definition of TR, it is P into Q upon Q, and therefore P. Now it's very important to understand that average revenue, if I draw this average revenue curve, as you can see here, along the x-axis I have quantity, along the y-axis I will have average revenue. So in this case, what do you see? Isn't it similar to the demand curve wherein you had quantity demanded on the x-axis and price on the y-axis? And therefore average revenue by definition is equal to price, and if price is plotted against quantity, it is basically the demand curve. So average revenue is also known as the demand curve of the firm. So what is the demand of the quantities that you are producing, a firm is producing, is defined by the AR curve. Marginal revenue, same thing, change in total revenue due to change in the quantity that is being sold. Please understand, not produced but sold. If we consider inventory concept, if the inventory is zero, if whatever is being produced is sold, then it's the same thing. Q will mean the same thing in both the cases. Now here I have brought a tabular as well as graphical representation of TR, AR and MR. And what you can see, that first column is quantity sold. So it goes from 1 to 9, and the price at which it is being sold, it goes from 10 to 2, because you know that there is an inverse relation between Q and P. If you increase price, the quantity sold will decrease. If you increase the Q, price will decrease. So there is an inverse relationship. Now TR is Q into P. So if you multiply Q into P, you get TR. And what you can see, that first of all, TR increases from 10, 18, 24, 28, 30. But after that, it starts falling from 30, 28, 24, 18. So TR first increases. So you have to understand the shape of the TR curve. So TR first increases and then it eventually falls. Now, given the shape of the TR curve, what will happen to AR and MR? As you can see that AR, which is basically TR upon Q, is nothing but the price. So you can match that to P. The second column is same as fourth column. So 10,987 up till 2 is 10,987. And very important, since price cannot be negative, AR also cannot be negative. But MR can be negative, because you can see that beyond this point, beyond the point where TR reaches its maximum, if you still keep on increasing the output amount of quantity sold, then the marginal revenue that you get will be negative. It's basically the change in TR due to change in Q, and therefore MR becomes negative, as you can see on the right hand side in the graph as well. Now so this shows the relation between TR and MR. What is the relation between MR and AR? So if AR and MR, please remember these graphs, because in the next week when we talk about the various types of markets, we will be referring to these graphs. So when AR and MR are straight lines, are linear curves, then MR will pass through halfway of AR, right? So if I draw a line, if I draw a perpendicular line here from x-axis up till AR, then it will be divided into half. So MR lies midway through AR. But if AR is falling in a non-linear way, and it is convex to the origin, okay, if it is convex to the origin, in that case, what will happen? MR will lie closer to AR. MR is lying closer to AR, but if AR is concave to origin, that means it's a concave function. It is falling, it is decreasing at a decreasing rate. Then MR will be farther away from. These are some of the basic things that we will use in the next week of markets. Another thing to be noted, you don't go with the math here. I'll anyway share all these slides with ED, and then to understand that since average revenue is nothing but the demand curve, which is the price, we can also draw a relationship between average revenue, marginal revenue, and the price elasticity of demand. And what is the relation? You can see here. I have just put the math. If someone wants to look, they can look. But these two things you must remember, the last two identities. MR equals to AR times 1 minus 1 upon EP. EP is the demand elasticity. It is the elasticity of demand, which you can see here. dQ by Q upon dP by P. Change in quantity demanded due to change in price. So MR equals to AR into 1 minus 1 upon EP. And if I just do the same math, if I do some more simplification, elasticity equals to AR minus MR. Sorry, I had to mute that person. And you can see the demand curve here. MR becomes negative beyond when the elasticity is less than 1, MR becomes negative. Okay, and this is the TR curve. So you can understand the relation between MR, AR, elasticity and TR. So in that case, please understand that till the time that elasticity of price elasticity of demand is 1, that is consistent with maximum amount of total revenue. But if elasticity of demand is less than 1, then the total revenue will be in its falling phase and marginal revenue will be negative. This is something to be noted. Marginal revenue is negative when price elasticity of demand is less than 1. Now this is a quick numerical example again. Suppose if the firm demand function is given as 100 minus 5Q, total cost is also given. We have to find the TR, AR, MR as well as the price elasticity of demand when Q is 10 and the profit function. So first of all, we know that TR is P into Q. So we take P function which is given multiplied with Q. This is the TR function, 110Q minus 5Q square. Next is find AR. AR is nothing but P itself. So it is 110 minus Q. When Q equals to 10, what is the AR? If we put the value of Q as 10 here, so 110 minus 5 into 10 will be 50, which is equal to 60. Then we have to calculate MR. So MR is the differentiation of TR and it is equal to 110 minus 10Q, and at Q equals to 10, it is equal to 10 because 110 minus 10 into 10 will be equal to 10. Further, elasticity, price elasticity of demand. So we know from the formula that we had seen in the previous slide, EP equals to elasticity is equals to AR upon AR minus MR. And therefore, we get an elasticity value of 1.2, which is above 1. Therefore, we can always ask a question that calculate and tell if it is consistent with the rising part of MR of TR or falling part of TR. So you can see that since elasticity is greater than 1, it is consistent with the it's consistent with the rising part of TR when elasticity is greater than 1. This is another thing that can be asked. Then we have to also find the profit function. You know that profit is basically total revenue minus total cost. So profit is defined as total revenue minus total cost. So I'll write the total revenue function minus total cost function, and then we simplify. This is the profit function which is given at the end. So you can also see that profit is a function of the quantity of output which is being sold. So TR, TC, TC is a function of the amount of output being produced. TR and pi. Pi is basically profit function, is function of the total amount of quantity being sold. This is the final thing that I'll end with, which is the break-even analysis. Break-even analysis is basically used to examine the relation between the revenue, cost, profit over a long variety of output. So as output increases, what happens to revenue, what happens to cost, what happens to profits, and we break even. We have a concept of what we call as break-even point, which is basically the point where there is a no profit, no loss situation. That means TR equals to TC. So here in this graph, this point E that you can see is the break-even point, wherein the profit, the total revenue is equal to total cost and the profit incurred is 0. But before E, on the left side of E, what do you see? TC is greater than TR. So there is a loss which incurs. On the right side of E, TR is greater than TC, though there is a profit. So for a firm to operate, they must operate on the right side of break-even point and not on the left side of break-even point. So with that, I end today's class. I hope you would have got an idea of the cost analysis as well as revenue analysis along with profits. How do we calculate profit? If you have any question, you can quickly ask before we end the class. If there are no questions, then I'll leave the class.
Sir.
Yes.
There will be problems uh, in the paper, problem related questions.
Ma'am, I cannot comment on that right now. Okay, so shall we end the class? Okay.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, friends.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Once again, welcome back to business environment class. Just give me a minute. I'll upload the PPT first. Students, just wait for a minute. I will upload my PPT, then we'll start.
Hello. Are you able to see my PPT? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just a second. Just a second. Yeah. Can you see now? Yes, sir. Yes. Yesterday we are discussing about the contract, law of contract, isn't it? So, in day-to-day life, we are doing lots of contracts, but whereas we are not able to know that we are making contract. So yesterday I was asking, have you done any contract? Most of you say that only with the company you have done, and otherwise day-to-day life, lot of contracts we are making. Like I gave you example in the public transport. If you are coming in public transport, that is also can be called as contract. It can be called as implied contract. Contract can be implied or it can be express contract also. But in this case, it is an implied contract. Similarly, if you go to a restaurant, you selected the menu and given the order and took the food, and after that you have paid, that is also a kind of contract, because it is open invitation given to all, to whoever comes except the our invitation or that hotel's invitation, and they have given the order and paid for that one. That it can be called as a contract. Like similarly, if you have opened the bank account, some agreement you have signed, that is also a contract. For example, you have taken the cell phone numbers, in that also some agreement you have signed. That is a contract. But what is a contract? As per section 2H, an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. So there are two parts. There should be an agreement, and the agreement should be enforceable by law. Then only. If it is not enforceable by law, then it's not a contract. Like here you can say a contract has two important elements. One is the agreement and the other is the obligation which is enforceable by law. What are the obligation you are doing? There has to be some kind of obligation. For example, if you sell a car, the other has the obligation to pay for it. So altogether, agreement plus legal obligation which is enforceable by law is called as contract. Then what is an agreement? Agreement is the outcome of the consensus between the two parties who enter into a contract. The promise made between them represent concurrence of their mind. Both the people should think in similar mind. If the mind, there is a differentiation in the mind, then contract cannot be a valid contract. So, like this would not be an agreement if the parties do agree but not on the same thing in the same sense. So for example, yesterday I told you, if person A wanted to sell his car to person B, and person A has two cars like a Honda car and one more is Maruti car, and if he has not mentioned which car he is going to sell, and the other person also he doesn't know, other person he might be thinking some other car, like he must be thinking about the Honda car, whereas you are thinking about selling the Maruti car for the particular amount, then it cannot be a valid contract because both the minds are not similar. So section 2C, there has to be consensus ad idem. Consensus ad idem means both the parties should have similar thinking or similar understanding. The section 2C of the Indian Contract Act defines the term agreement as every promise or every set of promise forming consideration for each other. Every promise or every set of promise forming consideration for each other. So every promise in the sense For example, here I have given A received rupees 10,000 from B and promised to supply him 10 bags of rice after 10 days. It is a promise. Okay. A has promised to give 10 bags of rice after 10 days. And if A promised to supply 10 bags of rice after 10 days and B promises to pay him 10,000 rupees, this is called as set of promise. Both the parties, they have made promise, and thus agreement is equal to offer for acceptance. One person he offers, the other person accepts it. Then it will be called as agreement. Then what is the promise? The term promise defined in section 2b, again, a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. When somebody puts a proposal and other person, he accepts it, then it will be called as a promise. Thus, a promise implies an accepted offer. When the offer is made and it is being accepted, then it will be called as promise. Then what is offer or proposal? Again, section 2a, you need not to write in the examination, you need not to remember section. If you write this only what is offer, what is proposal, also it will be sufficient. Because for law students, section is essential. But for you, it may be difficult for you to remember all those things. But even though if you write, that is good. Otherwise, also no problem. So what is offer or proposal? When one person signifies to another his willingness, one person signifies another his willingness to do or abstain from doing anything. If one person signifies to other his willingness to do or to abstain from doing, you do or do not do for this, with a view to obtaining the assent of the other to such abstinence is said to make a proposal. Proposal means when one person propose to someone or ask to someone to do something or abstain to do something with a view of taking the consent from him, and he is said to be make a proposal. Then what is acceptance? Acceptance has been defined again section 2b as when the person to whom the proposal is made signifies his assent thereto, the proposal is said to be accepted. And when the proposal is accepted, it can be called as promise. Here you can see the example. A lost his cell phone. A lost his cell phone and announced that anybody who brought his cell phone back home would receive rupees 500 as reward. B heard the announcement and brought the cell phone back home. He is said to have accepted the proposal by doing the act required by A, and hence he can recover the reward. Here you can see that A lost his cell phone and announced, in publicly he has announced, the person who brought his cell phone back home would receive 500, because the person who has listened and he has brought the cell phone, that means he has accepted the offer of the person who lost his cell phone. And who, once he is accepted, then it would be called as complete agreement, and altogether it can be a contract. And hence he can recover the reward. You cannot say that I didn't particularly ask you to bring my cell phone, but whereas he has publicly asked to declare that anyone who can brought my cell phone back, he will be awarded rupees 5,000 or 500. So this person B, he is liable to get a reward from person A. Now, who is a promiser and who is a promisee? A person who makes the promise is called the promiser or offerer. Who makes the promise or who give the offer can be called as promiser or offerer. And the person to whom the proposal is made known as promisee or offeree. So who is accepting the proffer? Not accepting, to whom it is being made, he will be called as promisee or offeree. In case an agreement is set of promises, then a person becomes a promiser and promisee. Thus, if there is an offer, acceptance and consensus and item between the parties, there is an agreement. There is an offer, there is acceptance, and both the mind is having similar way thinking for same purpose or same particular same thing, then it can be called as consensus and item. If they are having difference of mind, then it cannot be called as consensus and item. So it cannot be an agreement, valid agreement. However, this agreement does not become a contract unless there is a corresponding obligation enforceability at law. So this agreement, only this consensus ad item and offer and acceptance will not complete a contract, because there has to be, again what we say, a contract is an agreement enforceable by law. Here, if you want to make a contract, there is a obligation, there has to be obligation. Suppose person A has announced that whoever find my cell phone, I will pay him 500 rupees. So, what is the obligation? It is the obligation of A to pay 500 rupees to B. There has to be an obligation, and this should be enforceable by law, enforceability at law, and that should be enforceable by law. If somebody has lost a cell phone, and if he has declared to give him 500 rupees, it is there is an obligation. It is also enforceable by law. There is nothing, and it will be called as complete contract. So if anything is missing, it cannot be a contract. Now, let us see what are the obligation, legal obligation. It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. There you can see that example, previous example, what it says, if someone gets my cell phone back and I will give him 500 rupees. Now, the person A, it is the obligation of a person A to pay him 500 rupees because he has promised to do. Or if somebody promises to not to do, he give the offer, if you do not do this, I will give you this much amount of money. In that case, if for example, if a person make a proposal to other person that if you for example, for not anything, if he says that not to do this, is this thing if you will not do, then I will pay you 100 rupees. If that person restrained to do that thing, the person A has the obligation to pay him that much amount, because he has promised to for the same thing. All the agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. Again, one by one, how much critical it is becoming, you can see. That first of all, we said that an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. Then what is an agreement? There has to be valid agreement, there has to be obligation, there has to be enforceability by law. Again, in obligation, what is that? What he has promised to do or not to do. Again, agreement and contract if they are made by the free consent. If somebody puts a gun to you and he says that you accept this one, then it is not free consent. So in that case, it will not be called as valid contract. So all agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent of the parties. Both the parties should have free consent and competent to enter into the contract. Again, one more thing, competent to enter into the contract. Who is competent to enter into the contract? Can a minor make a contract? Hello, students. Can a minor make a contract?
No.
No, master.
No, sir.
The person who above
Can a
age.
student make a contract? Yeah, there we will discuss later stage who are competent to contract. Now you understand that the agreement should be of free consent. What is free consent? That also we'll discuss later on. Should have free consent. Like there are many, like coercion, by threatening, by cheating, so many things it can be. So person should have the free consent. Both the parties should have free consent. and parties are competent to enter into the contract. He should be major, he should not be disqualified by law, should not be a lunar, all these things are there. So he should be competent to enter into the contract for a lawful consideration. It is not that for unlawful consideration. Suppose person A promised to B that if you kill C, I will pay you 1 lakh rupees. So this is a unlawful consideration. So that should not be, that cannot be called as valid contract. And with a lawful object should be lawful. Suppose somebody asks that which is prohibited, like ganja or something like opium. So which is forbidden by law. If somebody does for those kind of unlawful thing, then it will not be a valid contract and not hereby express declared to be void. If something is declared void in the court of law and this is this is prohibited, if you do that one, that cannot be a complete contract. Therefore, a person becomes legally bound to do what he has promised to do only if the following conditions are fulfilled. What are the conditions? Like capacity of the parties. What are the capacity of the parties? Like you can say only those persons who are competent to enter into a contract can create a valid obligation. If he is not incompetent, then he cannot make a contract. Even what you say that minor cannot make a contract, yes, minor can make a contract, but somebody, on behalf of minor, his guardian can make a contract on the name of this minor. Even though he is not competent to a contract, but the guardian can, on the name of minor, can make a contract. So only those persons who are competent to enter into a contract can create a valid obligation. Then next is free consent. Free consent, absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. If somebody puts a gun to someone and he gets his assent, then this is not called as, this cannot be called as legal obligation, valid legal obligation. So free consent has to be there. Then lawful consideration and object. Consideration should be lawful and object should be within the law. Consideration means something in return, that is quid pro quo. It is a legal maxim, quid pro quo. In legal terminology, that means something in return. For example, A promised to give his bike to B for no money. Here there is no consideration, hence no obligation. So A promised to give his bike to B for no money. So in that case, the contract will not be called that it is not a pure contract. So he promised to give bike, but there is no consideration. Hence no obligation. But what we say, the contract actually there should be legal obligation. But here there is no legal obligation. For example, a father promised to his son that if you score first class, then I will give you bike. So later on, son, he has successfully passed with first division, but father has declined to give him bike. In that case, can it be a contract? Can it be a valid contract? I am asking you all.
No, sir.
Why? What is the reason? Which part is not there? And for making a contract, you saw that now there has to be two parties, one offerer, one offeree. There has to be an offer. There has to be acceptance. That should be enforceable by law, and the agreement should be valid. There should be a consideration, valid object, valid obligation. So which one is missing here? There is no legal obligation because due to the family relation, there is no obligation. They do not have mind that consensus ad idem. Both the parties, they never thought that if my father will not give me, I will go to the court of law. Father also never thought that if I don't give, my son will go to the court of law. So there is no consensus ad idem. and they said there is no legal obligation. Once there is no legal obligation, that cannot be called as contract. See now legal obligation, let us see. Example, A promised to pay a sum of money B to B. If B smuggles the object proposed by A, in this case there is no lawful object. Smuggling of opium, then ganja, this all the thing which is prohibited, and if somebody does it and promises to do, then it is not a lawful object. If the object is not lawful, then contract cannot be a valid contract. Intention to create legal relationship. Here you see intention to create legal relationship. Social obligation cannot bring legal relationship. For example, father promises son to pay rupees 100 per day for pocket expenses. However, later on did not pay the said amount. Therefore, if the party do not intend to be bound by law at the time they make promise, nothing can bind them to their promise later on. Okay, because both the parties, due to social obligation, they don't have the they didn't think about the legal obligation. They never thought that, the father never thought that my son will go to court of law. Son never thought that I'll go to court of law if my father doesn't pay. Even though he goes, it will not be valid. Similarly, possibility of performance. If the thing is impossible, suppose let us see, possibility of performance. Example, A promised B that he would make the sun rises in the west. Is it possible sun will rise from the west? It is impossible. So if B pays him rupees, students, I request you to please unmute your system. Mute your system. Hello. Which Kausi, please mute your system, please. Kausi, I request you to please mute your system, please.
You have the option to mute the system. You can mute the system.
Okay. And next is, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello, students? Are you able to hear me? Yes, Kausi, please go ahead. You tell me what is the problem?
No problem, sir.
Yeah,
Hello?
Mute your system. Otherwise, I will mute everyone.
Yeah, you have
Yes,
muted
sir.
everyone.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
I kept it open so that we can have interaction in between. That's why.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah. Next, we can see that possibility of performance. If A promised to B that he would make the sun rises in the west, if B pays him rupees 1 lakh, is it possible sun cannot rise from the west? Even though there is a promise, one can accept, there is a some obligation is there, but still it cannot be, because possibility of performance, it is not possible that sun will rise from the west. So in this agreement does not create any legal obligation, as it would not be enforceable by law. So hence it will not be a contract. It will be not a valid contract. And meaning should be certain. The other thing is, when you are making a contract, you are promising for something, the meaning should be certain. For example, A agrees to B's horse. There is nothing whatever to show which horse is intended. The agreement is void for uncertainty. It is a void. It can be valid, but it's a void agreement, because the which horse, it is not clear. You can say the white color horse or the black color horse, whatever we are having. So it should be, meaning should be clear. Like I gave the example, if you have two cars, Honda car and Maruti car, which car you are going to sell? So the meaning should be clear. The next one is legal formalities if required. An agreement to make a gift for natural love and affection should not only be in writing but register also. In some cases, when there is a gift, you are gifting something, some property or something to someone, and in that case it should be in written and registered also. In court paper it should be registered. Or like transfer of property, in that case it should be a written document and should be registered. In the absence of any such specific requirement, an oral agreement is enforceable as a written agreement. So some places oral agreement also can be called as enforceable by law, and it can be a contract. And but wherever it is legal formalities required, you need to do that. Agreement not declare void. So the agreement not declare void, like Indian Contract Act has specifically declared some agreement to be not enforceable in law. For example, agreement in restraints of trade, agreement in restraint of marriage, wagering agreement. Thus, the law of contract is not full law of agreement if the law of those agreements which create obligation. In some cases, there are the different acts are there which will be governing. Otherwise, in general, this is the law of contract, and it is the law of those agreements which create obligation. In that case, the act will be different. Now here see contract, agreement, promise and offer. A contract essentially is an agreement. What is a contract? It is essentially an agreement. An agreement is a set of two promises. What is agreement? It is a set of two promises. Two promises in the sense, one offerer and one offeree, both the one should give offer, another should accept. So two promises, one flowing from the offerer and the other from the acceptor. One is offering, another is accepting. So agreement is a set of two promises. A promise is an accepted offer or proposal. A promise has to be accepted by the other party. An offer or proposal is a promise of performance which is, however, conditional upon a written promise or an act of forbearance received exchange for it. It can be written, in return he should be accepting, or the whatever the obligation he should receive exchange for it. Suppose somebody is selling something, he should, in exchange of that, he should get the money or something like you can see here in blocks, offerer or proposal. Then once proposal is made, there has to be acceptance, and acceptance is promise, and promise, it becomes promise become agreement, and agreement become contract. Provided that all the previous thing, whatever we discussed, it should be in the contract. It should be valid, lawful object, consideration, obligation, consensus, ad item, everything has to be there in the contract. You have to see very minutely for a contract. Otherwise, it will not be a valid contract. Now we can see competence to contract. Who is competent to contract? Competence to contract is one of the essential elements of enforceable of an agreement. The following persons are incapable of entering into a contract. Who? A person who has not attained the age of majority, or a person who is still a minor. So a minor person cannot make a contract. However, in exception case, there are the court cases also, case laws are there, where minor has made this contract, but on behalf of minor, some guardian has done the contract. And a person who is not sound mind, a person of unsound mind like loner, he cannot make a contract. Or even a drunkard, when he is in a drinking condition, he cannot make a contract because his mind will not be the same. And in that case, consensus ad idem will not be there. A person who is disqualified by any other law to which he is subject or disqualified by the court of law cannot make a contract. And the C rules relating to an agreement with a minor. Agreement is void ab initio. Since beginning, whatever the agreement we have done with a minor, it is void. And minor can be a promiser. Minor can be a promise. No, in that case, the minors, in case of minor, the guardian can do that. A minor's agreement cannot be ratified. It cannot be ratified in the court of law because since ab initio, it is void. No compensation is payable by a minor. If you are making a contract with a minor, even though if you are making, minor will not be liable to pay the compensation. Even some guardian has made contract on behalf of minor, you cannot claim from the minor. Compensation cannot be taken from the minor. Whereas the person who has made the contract on behalf of minor can, from the minor's property, he can give it to the other party. But directly, minor will not be responsible for it. The rule of estoppel does not apply to a minor. In this case, the rule of estoppel cannot be applied to minor. In later stage, we'll discuss about what is the rule of estoppel. No recovering back the money paid. If you have paid the money to the minor, you cannot recover back from him. Whereas minor can be sued in tort. Law of tort, there is another law. In that case, minor can be sued. Then, in case of agency, you cannot, with a minor, you can, all these things are like, you cannot do. Now let us see what are the different types of contract. One is called as valid contract. What is a valid contract? It is an agreement which fulfills all the essentials of enforceability and can be enforced by either of the parties at the court of law. So whatever we have earlier discussed, all the components should be available in the contract or agreement or proposal. So then only it can be called as valid contract. All the obligations, all the legal formalities have to be there. Then only it can be called as valid contract. What is voidable contract? Section 2I lays down that an agreement which is enforceable by law at the option of one or more of the parties thereto, but not at the option of the others is a voidable contract. This arises where the consent of one of the party to the contract is not free. For example, A at the point of pistol make B agrees to sell his bicycle for ₹500. Here B's consent is not free. So it will be called a voidable contract. And you can see the circumstance in which contract is voidable. Consent caused by fraud. It is given in section 14, 17 and 19 of the Contract Act. The consent caused by fraud. Fraudulently, if you have taken the consent, then it cannot be. Fraudulent in the sense the other party doesn't know. You have fraudulently, you have treated him by telling something, some other thing, and you have made a contract with him. So you have taken his consent, that it will be can be called as voidable contract. Consent caused by coercion, by forcibly you have, like by gunpoint, you have taken the consent. It will not be a valid contract. It will be a voidable contract. Consent caused by misrepresentation. You have wrongly misrepresented. In that case, it will not be a valid contract. Consent caused by undue influence. We have given undue influence. If you do this work, I will give you an employment or something, or I will give you bribe. In that case, it will be called a consent caused by undue influence. It will not be a valid contract. It can be called as voidable contract. Then what is void contract? Section 2J can say a contract which ceases to be enforceable by law becomes void when it ceases to be enforceable. If it is not enforceable by law, it is a void contract. The circumstances in which a valid contract will transform into a void contract. When the valid contract will transform into a void contract, like contingent contract. A contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening of an uncertainty of future event becomes a void when the event becomes impossible. Like if you say that tomorrow if sun rises from the west, I will give you this much. So it is an impossible thing. Or a contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening of an uncertain future event becomes void when the event becomes impossible. That can be called as contingent contract in the happening. For example, okay, impossibility. Then repudiation of voidable contract. When a voidable contract is resigned by the party at whose option it is voidable, then contract becomes void. If the party in between they changes their mind and they resign the contract, then it will be a void contract. Subsequent impossibility. A contract which becomes impossible to perform after it is made becomes void. For example, you have made a contract for something. Later on, the rule of law, they declare that state has declared that it is such and such things are abandoned. For example, liquor. Now it is people can buy liquor. In some of the state, if the government declares that it is illegal to buy and sell liquor, when you made the contract, by that time it was legal. Now it is become illegal. So in that case, it will be a void contract. Subsequent illegality. A contract becomes void, it becomes illegal after it is made. Later on, it becomes like same for selling of liquor. It can be later on, it can be made illegal, then it will be called as void contract. Next type of contract, like illegal agreement. It is also a kind of contract. An illegal agreement is one which forbidden by law, that is entered into with the intention of violating the law. Can be, for example, A agreed to steal furniture for B for a consideration of rupees 1 lakh. It is illegal and it is void. It also attracts the penal provision of the law. It is violating. Somebody has stolen furniture from the office or government establishment, then it will be a void contract and it attracts the penal provision of the, as per the IPC, that he can be penalized. Unlawful agreement. In simple words, an agreement may be unlawful because it is a immoral, that is contrary to sound and positive morality as recognized by the law. Prohibition, oppose public policy, etc. That is contrary to the welfare of the state as tending to interfere with the civil or judicial institution or with individual liberty or citizen. These are called as unlawful agreement. For example, bringing a public servant, illegal, contrary to positive law, being forbidden either by the statute or common law. If government is declared illegal, then it will be called as unlawful agreement. What is unenforceable contract? Contract which have all the essentials of enforceability but cannot be enforced due to certain technicalities like insufficient of stamp, etc. are tempered as unenforceable contract. In case of transfer of property, if the court paper, this much amount of court paper is necessity, but the paper is of lesser cost, then in that case it will be unenforceable contract. Next is express contract. It is one where the intention of possibility is stated in words, either written or spoken. For example, A goes to B's shop and asks him to supply 10 boxes at the rupees 20 per box. B tells him that he is ready to supply the boxes at the mentioned rate. This is an express contract. The same intention at the parties may be expressed in writing signed by both the parties. It can be written also, it can be orally also, the contract can be made. So implied contract. The evidence of an implied contract is to be deduced from the acts of conduct of the parties. No exchange of words, either written or spoken, takes place, but the manifestation of their intention is inferred from their respective acts or contract. For example, there's no, when you came to the public transport, you didn't talk with the this conductor, or he didn't ask you, simply you came. Your intention is to travel by the bus. Your activity by the intention, it can be made that it implies that you have accepted the contract. You bought the ticket and you have entered inside the bus, and it is their duty to take you to the destination. So it is called as implied contract. Even though there is not express contract, it can be understood that this is a contract. So this is all about little bit about contract. I hope something will be clear till by this time. Another is quasi-contract. These are those obligations which are imposed by the contract and do not rise from a concession between the parties. Example, a tradesman leaves the goods at B's house by mistake. B treats the goods as his own. B is bound to pay A for them the obligation imposed by the law. Here you see, a tradesman A leaves his good at B's house by mistake. He has left B's house by mistake. He left it there, and B treats the goods as his own. B thought that it is he as his own good. He has taken care, and B is bound to pay for them. B is bound to pay for them because the property's goods are kept in the B's house, and B is bound to pay A because it is A's property. The obligation is imposed by law. Or else, for example, you have, for example, yes. Anything? Okay, we'll give you time for discussion. If any doubt is there, we can discuss. Let us finish this one. Then executed contract. It is one where both the parties to a contract have discharged their respective responsibilities by performing them. So, both the parties, they have discharged their obligation. Like person A has promised to give something, person B has paid to him. So both the parties, and he has supplied the product to person B. So both the parties, they have discharged their performance. All transaction of case sales are the example of executive contract. Now the contract is called as executive contract. An executive contract, it is one where one or both the parties are yet to perform their respective promises. It is partly executed and partly executory. So that can be called as executory contract. So person A has paid to B and person B yet to receive the product now. So that is called as executory contract. It is yet to be executed by person A to supply the product to person B. And after this we'll stop. Unilateral contract and bilateral contract. Unilateral contract, it is one where at the time when the contract is made, one party has already performed its obligation and the obligation other part of the other party is outstanding. One party has already performed, the other party yet to perform. That is unilateral. That means one-side contract. For example, A goes to a bus stand, buy the ticket, bus stand ticket counter and buy a ticket for journey. A has performed his duty under the contract. A has already bought the ticket and he has performed his duty to pay the scheduled fare. But the bus authority yet to perform his promise, that is of the carrying him from one point to another. This is unilateral contract. Okay, one person has performed a contract at the point of making contract, and the other is yet to perform. The conductor, the bus, it is yet to take him to his destination. It's called as this unilateral contract. Similarly, bilateral contract. As against unilateral contract, a bilateral contract is one where at the time of entering into the contract, both the parties to the contract are yet to perform their respective promises. Now, the person A has not paid, even though he has gone to the bus stand, he has not paid at the counter and the bus has not taken him to a destination. So, bilateral contract, both the parties have to perform their respective obligation. That is called as bilateral obligation. we'll stop it here today. So if any doubt or any confusion or any clarification, you can ask me. Hello, students. Any doubt?
No, sir, as of now.
No, sir.
Okay.
We'll read the study material if it is any.
Yeah, you can go through the study material. If you have any doubts, next class we can ask me. And it's very careful because contract, there is a lot of technicalities are there. So you have to understand it properly.
Correct,
because
sir.
if one ingredient is not there, then that means it will not be a valid contract.
Yes, sir.
So you can
So
see
what
that.
will be the exam center?
Sir, I have
Yes.
a doubt, sir. For the next class, we should have to join by using the same link, sir.
By using the same link, yes, of course. Same link. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So where will be the exam center?
Exam, I think, yet to be finalized. Once it is finalized, by the end of your the specific classes, we'll be able to tell you. Okay.
No, sir. Where will be the exam center?
Exam center.
Centers, you can choose it when you apply for it. Wherever you are still.
While sending the application, you can choose your center wherever you wish. If they have
In
like
our
all
area
major
itself, we can choose.
Where are you from then?
I'm from Kerala, so I can choose it from here itself or.
Yeah, we have Mahi Center. We have in like.
Okay, Mahi Center is there, right?
Yeah, Mahi Center you can choose.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Cochin also we have center.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, morning what time class is starting Saturday, Sunday?
10 o'clock, 10 to 4.
Okay.
It will be useful for you if you are attending classes for examination point of view. It will be useful. You can go to your home and you can revise it. So in next class, if any kind of doubt or anything, you can clarify. And finally, last class, will be discussing old question papers also, so that it will be helpful for your examination point of view. Our main motto is you should understand the basic concept. So this law is this new until unless somebody's already studied law or company law or contract law. Otherwise, it is little bit typical.
So, sir, same class recording is coming on the YouTube also, right?
Sorry?
Same class is coming in the recording in the YouTube also, right? You can watch if I left it some of the.
Yeah, it will be there. It will be even YouTube. You can watch it.
Okay. Suppose it's still some of the time, so you can watch it.
Yes. Anything else?
So, any updates about ID cards and all?
ID cards, I think it is already in the process. You must be receiving soon. So nice ID card, the plastic type, like your ATM card type ID card, you will be receiving soon. It has been modified, and you will be.
Okay.
So still we are waiting for the book and ID card because I still also not getting the book.
Book, sorry?
Book, but the study material was still I'm waiting for that. Sir. For the study material.
I didn't get you. Little clarity is not there. One second.
For the study material also, sir, like the book or.
Yes. What is that?
Actually, still I'm waiting for the study material, sir. Study material.
You have not received it?
No, still I have not received anything, sir. No ID card and not study material.
What you can do, you can write to the this DD help desk at pondiuni.ac.in. In that, we'll be responding immediately.
Okay.
Sir,
One more thing, sir.
Yeah.
I was
writing to
in this month or next month.
One by one, please. Yeah.
Sir, when will we receive our ID card? This month or before exam we can get it, sir. It's no issue.
Before exam?
Before exam we can get your ID card, sir. It will come through post or.
I think almost all the ID cards have been dispersed. You will be receiving soon this week only.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So where can we find the sample question papers if we want to just refer what is the weightage of each subject that we are studying? What is the question paper?
Yeah, old
Yes,
question papers are there in website. You can go to that. I'll tell you. Student support system. If you go there, you can find this. I'll tell you how the step you have to.
In the teaching and learning materials, we are getting question banks.
Yes, yes.
There I am able to see first and second semester. Third and fourth semester, there is nothing relevant to hospital management, sir. Other than that subject, other subjects are available.
You are from hospital management.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll see the third and fourth semester. It is not available.
Yes, sir. It is totally not
Now you are
available.
in first semester, right?
Yeah, I'm in first semester. I was just curious to know because in first semester the question
It will
papers
be
are
there. Don't
available.
worry for that one. We'll see. We'll upload because the hospital management is new courses. There may be very few person in between. It was not there because for AICT approval. Now it is already AICT approved. So we'll be uploading old if it is there old question paper, and we'll be uploading because new batch. This is the one of the new batch you are.
Yes, sir.
As per the AICT approved course. So now it is a great thing that our all the courses are AICT approved, UGC as well as AICT. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So we'll be uploading soon.
Okay, so one more thing in the 2022 batch question paper also for the first semester. The question paper, yeah, 2022 Jan question paper is only there.
Okay. June is not there.
Yes, sir. June is not there.
So we'll see. The June paper also will be uploading soon. But why you need June paper at the categorically?
No, so just to refer if there are any changes because I studied in Pondicherry University. Until my seniors were doing, there was a different question paper pattern. When I joined, the question paper pattern was different. So I was just
this is the same.
concerned about
So it has been 4 or 5 years. It has been changed already.
Okay,
So
okay.
before 6 years it was different. Syllabus also changed. Now it is different. It is the same since last 5 6 years. It is same.
Okay, actually, whenever I studied in school and college, whenever I am coming to the set of year to give the exam, my syllabus will change. So I was a bit concerned whether something will change. I have to prepare more or something like that.
You are lucky
Because
in
I'm
that case.
working.
In that case, you are lucky because you are getting the latest product.
Yes, sir.
Always. And because after the revision, that is the what is the trend in the market. Based on that, latest syllabus is being made. So you should feel lucky that you are getting the updated syllabus.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. That was my query.
Yes, yes. Okay. If nothing is there, then we'll end the class and next week again we'll join. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. If you have any query, you can write it to that DD helpdesk at pondiuni.ac.in. You also can call us at any time during working hour. Okay. So if anything is there, otherwise next class will be discussed.
Okay, sir. Thank you for.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.